choice to choose a thumbnail, you can always edit it in YouTube and click edit and add your own thumbnail.
Hi, TC.
And I will stop bugging you guys now. So how?
No, make sure that I'm on.
You make it sound so easy too. Thank you so much.
Oh,
Dee's
because
like that too. You guys just make it sound so.
He's made all the mistakes for us.
I've made up I've learned by mistake, and I've learned a lot lately in life.
Ted became a member.
Awesome. Ted is awesome.
I can't believe I was so happy with that. Just to see him, that just tickled me. It was so awesome. And like I told her, we just, every time something, we just get closer and closer, you know?
Mm-hmm.
We really do. We just all get tighter, you know? So I just think it's so cool.
Oh, I love jumping on with you guys. I remember the first time we talked, Nickie, in that bright yellow shirt you had on.
I got it back there for you.
Saving it just for me, I bet. I hope.
Yes, you got it, Chef. You got it anytime. Oh my gosh, that was great.
See, Melly's got it right. She says Shibby just wanted to be up there with you two beautiful ladies. Well, Melly, get on up here. There's room for one more beautiful lady.
Yeah,
come on up.
Dulcie, hi, honey. And she says, hi, Miss Dumpsy, and chicka, chicka, chippy, chicka, chicka.
I see Dom is live now. Oh, good. It says scheduled for 3:08. That's not correct. No, you want to hit start. No. Did you do that right, Dom? It says scheduled for 3:08.
She can go back and edit, can she?
It should start. No, it just should start automatically. I'm not sure what you've done. It just says
hold on, I'll do
edit. We'll figure this out, guys.
Yeah, we're new.
Dom needs. Oh, wait. No, wait. I see it. You do have one. So ignore that for. Okay, I see it. You have it. Don't change a thing. You have two.
You got it.
Delete that other one. I see it. It's there. It's working. Everything's perfect.
Oh, great! Yeah.
For some reason, you had another one there too. Yep, it's there. Look, I'll even go say hi there too.
Yay!
Okay, so you guys,
I have my alt account on, so there's always one person watching me watching myself.
Yes, it's good to do that, Dom, it's good to do that, because if somebody blocks your account,
I love it.
The trolls, if they block your account, you'll be able to see them from your alt account. And I watch my own chat with an alt account.
Oh, that's smart.
Because
that is so smart.
Yeah, Nickie, try that. Because some of those mean trolls will block you immediately, so you can't see them cause trouble. So when I watch an account, if somebody's in my chat and they have Sweet Dude Shibby blocked, and I see them on my Sweet Dude other accounts, then I think they must be a troll. Because why would they block me in my own?
In your own channel, that's interesting.
So, but I watch on a different monitor.
Like what? Like, wow.
But you guys are doing great. Do you want me to step out now while you guys have your conversation, and I'll be around?
Sure, whatever you want.
Thank you, Shibby. As always, he's our knight in shining armor.
I'm your knight in shining armor, and I'm always here for you guys. Okay.
If you wear yellow, he comes a little bit faster.
Mm-hmm. I'll take you in any color, really, but yellow's great.
And thank you, Chad, for being so gracious and so patient. Thank you so much.
So I will be in Dom's chat and Nickie's chat, and I will bow out and let these two lovely young ladies chat amongst themselves. And if they summon me, I will come running.
Okay? Thank you, Shibby.
Okay, guys.
Thank you very much.
Have a good stream.
Thank you.
I'll be watching.
I appreciate
Bye, Dom.
you. Shib.
Good luck.
Thank you. Thank you so much.
Later.
Bye-bye, honey. Thank you. Oh, how did you got it a little bit?
Well, that was your link.
No, but you got it as far as
now I understand.
You understand it. Okay.
You have to do the share.
You have to, and you have to have a destination.
Right. You have to allow guests to stream in the invite. So we both know now.
Woohoo! Hi, Miss Barney.
I write stuff down.
That's good.
I'll put it in a PowerPoint presentation. I promise.
Guess what Dee does? She videos it for me. Her doing it.
Smart.
So I can go back and I try to do it visually, I still miss sometimes, because sometimes it just takes a few times for it to click, you know. I'm farther now than I ever was before.
Oh my
Like,
gosh,
it's
that's fantastic.
crazy. Yeah, it's bizarre. And I see you up in the corner. I see your link up there. Shib. Oh, hi, Ted. What'd you say? Oh, yes, Ted. Ted, if you want to come up, I'd be happy to give you the link, dear. You could come up with me and Dom. It would be an honor.
Come on, we need to make a Ted sandwich today.
We
Come
could
on
do
up.
it. We could do it. You could be one of the Northwest girls for a minute. You be one of the Northwest ladies. Come on, we don't have any problem accepting you.
Exactly. We adore you.
We love you, Ted.
We pretty much love everybody.
We do. I mean, except if you're really.
Yeah, but we pray for them.
Yes, I do, and I pray for myself afterwards because I want tranquility. I want tranquility. Did I say that? Shibby is to the rescue. Oh, yeah, he absolutely is. Let's see. I'm going to get this one. Zona Morrison 6049. We are back, ladies and gentlemen. I love that.
Whoop, whoop.
Yes. Oh, Nickie, why isn't your Cash App accepting a payment? Well, because I don't use it. I use Venmo. I'm sorry, honey. I just do Venmo or PayPal is the ways that, and it doesn't cost any more to do it that way. You know what I mean? It's like $1, usually $1.25 or something to put in that account. It's nothing. It's really not. So I just chose to stick with that. So to answer your question, duck of Fashionite search. Is that it? Duck of Fashionite search. I hope I got it right. -M9P. That's very sweet of you to even do that, because you'd have to go in there to know that. So thank you for trying. Appreciate you. Really appreciate you. That was very sweet. Lexi, hi, darling. Good to see you, Lexi, always. Oh. Yep, there you go. Dom C, you too, perfect. Michelle, I'm so happy to see you. Okay. Bev Mac. Every time, I think it's my mother in here. You know this. Renewal. Oh, that's so sweet. I love the fireworks, by the way. Again, Brenda, Shibby, all my Canada friends, Dom C's Canada friends. Those are cool. They have firework competitions. Remember, Brenda, I was asking you about that? We don't do stuff like that. We just have fireworks displays. You know what I mean? But I thought what you shared was so cool. So shout out to Canada for that. I loved it. I think that was really, really cool. So getting back into this case, I have a description, and a disclaimer, but I want to say it again. These are my opinions. They're never facts, or they're not fact-based opinions. They are off of observations that I've seen and I've heard, and everyone is proven innocent in a court of law unless they're proven guilty. And that's only for a court of law, not for people, not individual public. So I just wanted to put that out there. That's the disclaimer. I think it covers everything as far as how I feel, and and I'm sure Dom feels the same way. If she wants to do a disclaimer, she can do that also, because we're about to get in this kind of heavy here in a minute. I think you guys will be kind of surprised.
Yeah, the information I provide is based on my own opinion and my own research. I encourage anyone who hears any topics that we discuss to do their own research and come to their own conclusions.
Hallelujah. Amen. Oh, thank you. Thank you so much. Dee, I'm so glad to have you in here, honey. Thank you, Dee. And I really do apologize. Missy Evans, hi, sweetheart. Nice to see you guys. So we're going to get into this. So We'll go into some of our stuff and then we'll kind of backpedal and go into some of this other stuff that we got developed a little bit yesterday. But Dom has done her research on things. I've done my research on things, and we're kind of just bringing it together today. And we're just kind of filling this out and seeing how we jive. Cass Runner, nice to see you, my darling, always. Melly, you're just awesome. Thank you. Chib, thank you. Hey, Adventures with Graham, love to see you, darling. Okay, this is the question. And Dom kind of knows this, and she's going to jump right off of this. Lena, hi, my darling. Criminal couple, go sub them, please. And you can drop links to Melly, Shibby, Lena. You guys know. You're welcome to drop them. I have no problem in that area at all. Ghost, make sure that you drop your link, my darling. Okay. This is me. This could be Dom. She's going to give you another kind of clarity of this because she has a good side to add to this. Speaking of a place called Tucson, if it was me, Dom by sea. Thank you. Dom by the sea instead of down by the sea. That's so cute. Thank you. So if I had an 84-year-old senior citizen that needed to be in housing in Tucson and they couldn't live in their own home anymore and they needed to be in an assisted living situation or something to that fact, the cost starts at $1,733. That's the bottom baseline. The cheapest amount to live in an assisting facility, and that's if you don't need anything. Kim Wells, nice to see you, my darling. That's if you don't see anything's wrong with the person. It's just they're older, they just can't live alone, they just need to be checked on. That's the base, the $1,733. Now it goes up to $8,182 a month. And this is depending on a day-to-day help and what the needs of the person that's older needs. Assisted living care homes and communities in the Tucson area, adult care, daytime monitoring, daytime social activities, and meals. This facility on 24 hours a day facility, it's called Avista. It's memory care and mobility. Hi, Fan. Thank you, honey, for the 2 jewels. It is called Avista, memory care and mobility, personalized care and plans. Okay? And this starts, they have a limited time only sale discount, $1,500 discount. Because this baseline of this place starts at $5,500 a month. And if you can get it and you can prove that the person's not as bad off in the memory care or the mobility, you can get $1,000 off and it can be $4,500 a month, up to $7,500 a month. So this one is quite expensive. It gives you 4 different floor plans that you can pick from. They're beautiful and lovely. It gives you every amenity there, plus your meals. Low income senior living in Tucson. If you can prove that you are a person that is living just at your means, you're living in the poverty level, you can get into senior living and assisted for $500 a month. But you have to be able to be accepted and you have to go through all these chains of command. Dom, do you remember the door on that? Do you remember that card on that door, that front door from the senior, from the adult and senior?
The APS card,
Mm-hmm.
Adult Protective Services. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. As nurses, we're mandatory reporters. As a matter of fact, all healthcare providers are mandatory reporters. So from what I researched and read, Sheriff Nanos had said that it was one of her friends or one of the neighbors that had called the next day to report a missing person to APS. And then that's why they came out and left their card, which doesn't make sense. If she's missing, what does she need the card for?
Exactly. Did you see what Shib said to you, darling?
No.
Okay, Shibby says, she said, Shib, put it over in hers, if you don't mind, so she can read it right straight in her chat. She can read.
Yeah, I see it now. Okay.
Okay, darling. Yes, we are mandatory reporters, right? Criminal sociology. Yes. Connie, go Vikings. Yay, Connie.
So usually we contact Adult Protect Services when we get patients in who are found down at home and they're covered in feces. We've had people covered in fleas and lice. We had a diabetic guy who had an open wound that had maggots in it. I mean, we get to see all the best bugs. And so that's mandatory reporting. But also if people come in severely bruised and they're unexplained, we automatically file an APS report, whether they come from home alone, home with family, or from a facility. A report has to be made if there is any type of injury. Somebody falls and they got a bruise from their.
When does that start? Can I ask you, as a person that works in our health facilities, and you work with everybody, can I ask you, is there a basis level of age that you guys start paying attention and reporting that? Like, say it's somebody that comes in and they're in their 30s and they play rugby and they have bruises all over. Are you going to do the same thing as a health?
Because it's explainable. It's explainable. But if a woman comes in
the
with a broken arm,
an older person.
Well, if an 18-year-old girl comes in with a broken arm and a black eye, and she said that she fell and hit her eye on a doorknob, we're going to automatically file a report because that doesn't make any sense.
Gotcha.
So Adult Protective Services is 18 and over. Normally it's for, like you're talking about, like 65 and over.
Yeah, like that's what I was wondering. Yeah. Like if there's like a little.
But with us, there's no age limit. If someone comes in and we feel that there's neglect or abuse, we're going to file a report. I mean, we have to.
Right.
We overfile, yes, because the report will go through. They'll call, do the investigation, look at the doctor's notes. They can pull the chart, and they'd be like, well, yeah, this lady falls every 3 weeks. So this fall is not unusual, and they'll close the case.
Mm-hmm.
But
I've been noticing just weird bruises, like on my knee or something, and I don't remember hitting it. And it's probably because of the medicine, the cancer meds and all that stuff. I'm probably bruised easy, and I don't know.
That's normal, though. But if you come in with bruises around your arm like this, and they're in the shape of a hand or a fingerprint.
Gotcha.
Because those are different shapes.
Yeah.
I'd file a report.
So if you see like the thumbprints and.
Yeah, because they're round. Mm-hmm. They're round and they're in like 4 places on the arm, 3 or 4 places around the arm. Yeah.
I'll be darned. Yeah.
Yeah.
I just wondered, I was so curious about what that threshold
we look for.
Yeah. Because of this card being in the door, because of, me having an 84-year-old mother. And I was just thinking, just put myself in those shoes. Like, what could I explain? How could I explain this assisted living situation? I wanted to kind of dig into it only for the fact, and I'm not assuming or accusing or anything. It's more for information. But these different homes and the costs of these, it ends up being about $100,000, or such a year. And that's kind of, on the high, but the middle too, so it kind of goes into where it's in the high area. But $100,000 isn't anything to sneeze at a year. And if you don't have much in your bank account and you don't have a lot of liquid, but you have a lot of assets, it just seems to me, because me and my mom talk, she's so open about this kind of stuff, and I guess that's where I get it from, a little bit of the openness about it, where I don't have a problem talking about unaliving or things of that nature, as far as, because I have to be a realist. I have to be, even though I can have a great attitude, I still have to be realistic, and not fool myself. um so I was just thinking 100,000 a year, that's a good chunk. And then if you have a home that's worth, let's say, 1 million, just spitballing. If you had a home that's worth 1 million, but you got your retirement from your jobs and you got your little social security, um, and that might not quite cover, maybe it'll cover, but maybe you have some other ends that you need to tie up, then financially you still have to need money, for those ends. So if you sold that house, or a house, I should say, at $1 million, say, that's 10 years. So you would get 10 years. And my grandfather lived to 94. His father lived to 96. And one of them actually lived by himself all the way through. So really strong men. But I just know that 10 years would be 10 years, and it would definitely take away from what you wanted to leave your family.
Well, that's what's going on right now, you
So,
know.
yep.
So with the
I just
APS,
wanted to put that in your heads too.
yeah, the APS report actually isn't a bad thing,
Mm-hmm.
because what it does is it helps us get people who can't take care of themselves qualified
Right, Ghost.
for Medicaid, Medicare, so that they can
Mm-hmm.
get benefits because either advanced dementia or whatever it is, just physical mobility. They can't take care of themselves. We've got the APS report, the investigation goes on. Now there's proof that they
Mm-hmm.
can't take care of themselves because
They can't walk more than 50 feet.
let's face it, with insurances, you've got to prove every single thing. So our physical therapists have to do an assessment and do level of care. And, their license are on the line, so they never lie. But the higher your need is, the higher the government will pay for your assistance. So, if you're independent, you're screwed because it's just room and board, but the people who need to be given their pills, or they need help with showers and dressing, and as you pile up each thing that you need to be done, Medicaid and Medicare will kick in and pay for those things. Like I was telling you earlier, my mom has to pay out of pocket because she was blessed that my dad left her with retirement money. But yeah, at $8,000 a month, it's gonna go quick.
Yeah.
And
Money doesn't last. Money
yeah,
doesn't last
yeah,
unless you have so much you can invest and live off the investment and the
exactly.
interest of the investment.
Exactly. We've had families at the hospital who, try to get the house in their name and try and get, you know what,
Oh,
Medicaid and
I've had a lot
Medicare,
of different
they
things
they
too.
know about that already. It had to have been done like 5 years prior, 10 years prior. You can't just transfer it into your house because then you're on the hook for paying for the facility.
Ghost says his grandparents had a $1.8 million property and they were put in a nursing home at the end. And from what I hear, they got nothing from the house. No, because it all has to be, spent on living. And then if they need things, of course you have needs through your life. You're going to need snacks, and I've been to tons of all types of assisted living facilities, and Dom's right about it. She is exactly right about it doesn't last. It just doesn't last, and I've seen it over and over and over again. I used to go and help this woman back in the day. She was 79, 70, 78, 79, and she was in an assisted. She had her own apartment, but she couldn't carry her laundry to the laundry, and it was a thing that just absolutely drove her bananas. So one day she just asked me, Nickie, what would you say if I asked you to come and do my laundry and put it away for me and stuff? I said, sure. I said, we can pick a day, and I'll come and do that. I said, can I ask you why you're not doing your laundry? And she said, I can't lift it. It was somebody I know's mother. And she said, I can't lift it. And I said, really? I said, it's just too heavy. She goes, yeah, laundry gets heavy. When it's dirty, it's heavy. When it comes out, it's light. I said, yeah. I said, you're right. And so I just started going and doing her laundry for like once every 3 weeks or something. And yeah. And it just worked out, for her. And it worked out for me because she was a really nice lady, and I was helping, and sometimes her kids couldn't get there and help her. So it wasn't far. So it was cool. And she was a nice person. So anyway, yeah. So all assets, boats, vehicles, everything. Correct. I don't know of her having anything except for that property and her car. She might have stocks or something socked away. Oh, thank you, Bev Mac. Thank you for saying that. It's very kind. And it's just, I'm sorry to put you out, duct of, oh wait, duck of, gosh, fashionate search. Am I saying it right? I hope so. M9P. But I'm super sorry about the Cash App. It's just, I apologize. Jolene. I've worked with several families, and I go and take care of families to help them from having to go into homes. Yep. One family, a husband, wife for over 10 years. That's awesome. That's awesome. We need people like you. We need people like me. We need people like Dom. We need people like all of you guys. We need those people because we need caring, loving people. We have too much of all that other hate and junk, that they're bringing everything into people's lives when we used to be able to disagree and can sit down at the same table with our different opinions and still be able to eat a good meal and have a good conversation about something else. But we just can't do it anymore. It's just strange how we've just lost that. It's very, very sad to me, and I hope that we get it back. Oh, let me see. I just flew by somebody. Golly gee willikers. I'm sorry, Dom. Go ahead and keep adding to this while I'm going and checking. PI56. Thank you, sweetheart. And it's P.I.56. That's very kind of you. Thank you for that. Oh, Millie, thank you for putting that out. Chris Talks Truth. Hi, Chris Talks Truth. Nice to see you in here. Appreciate you for being here. Okay, I think we're good. I think I got it covered. Oh, maybe. Connie, 30 jewels. Connie, that's so sweet of you. Thank you. Love the jewels. They're so cool. Thank you. Oh, Missy Evans, here you go. 2 jewels. Thank you. And this, Dom C, you are awesome from Bev Mac 1087. Love and kindness is the answer. Okay. Are you on mute, babe?
I mute myself because it reminds me to be patient and wait my turn.
That is so wonderful. And I'm getting so much better at that kind of stuff too, where I've slowed down a lot and I don't have to rush and get it out. You
Yeah,
know,
because I get excited when we're talking, and
me too.
in my family we're Italian, so it's like you talk and then I talk over you, then you talk over me, then they talk over us, and it sounds like we're yelling at each other, but we're not. We're just talking because we all want to say something at the same time. So yeah, I press the mute button to remind me.
Brain injury people do that
Wait
really
your
bad.
turn. Wait your turn.
And Dee Dee was telling me what it is called, and I knew what it was called, but I just that chat's about to be like, wait, this chat's about to be like Alex's. This is going to be my new home. Oh, Chris Talks Truth. Thank you, Chris. Appreciate it. I appreciate you. I appreciate everybody. So, go ahead, Dom. You got something to add to the nursing homes and their cost of about over $100,000 a year, and that's just really for your living and your meals and stuff that come
And
with it.
Nikki, it's sad because the people who have no money, the facilities that they go into are just crap. I mean, the people do the best that they can, the workers, but they're understaffed, probably underpaid. They don't have supplies, like the nice facilities do and stuff. So, yeah, save for your retirement because you're going to want to be in a good nursing home because there's a lot of crappy ones out there.
Gosh. So you're telling me that, of course, the low income person with the $500 a month is going to be in one of the worst situations.
Yeah.
Because they're the most poverty stricken.
It's so sad. It is
super
really sad.
And especially if they work their whole lives, it's really super sad. That our government has chose to decide that our loved ones are worth $250 check when they pass away.
Oh my gosh, don't even
and
get
it's
me
disgusting.
started.
And when I saw that check from my husband, I wanted to spit because I said, this is what they think of my husband that I know is so great and is given so much.
Yeah.
Oh, wow. Okay. That was a very big shocker to me. That was
a slap in the face.
It really was. It was so odd.
Yeah.
How you feel, like that. And the check is only for the spouse. Yep. And it's only for the spouse, baby girl. You are exactly right. Ridiculous. Okay. PI 56 says, I worked in a geriatric healthcare administration for 30 years. Very costly, and the staff is paid terrible. It is sad overall. Some are good, and there are terrible facilities. And a lot of smoochies. And yes, absolutely well said. Thank you, PI. And you gave 30 years. Wow. Shout out to you for that. To be with people's loved ones for 30 years. That's that's tough. That's real tough. Dom, I have posted on it yet, but very busy with work lately, but I will soon. Thank you, Melly. Oh, okay. Talking to Melly. Mind your business, Nickie. Mind your business. Let's vet Brenda. Whatever you want to do. It was a wonderful job for me, and it fit me. I bet it did. That's so cool, because that means you're a really caring person, because you have to be that way to be able to deal with other people's families and give love. It's not your family, but you're dealing with other people's families, and that I appreciate it as one person that knows that not everybody treats other people's families very good. So I appreciate you for that. 30 years. Thank you. Thank you. Dom, go ahead on what you want to add on to this, babe, and then we're going to go on to the ransoms and go from there. I think we kind of covered this. And
yeah, as far as the facility goes, I can't even imagine that Nancy would even consider going into a facility because of how mentally independent she was. I mean, unless a bunch of her friends were going to some, hush, a poshy type retirement community, and she'd go with them. But man, she's been in that house for 50 years. I mean, my mom was in hers for 40. And until the dementia got to the point where she didn't know it was her house, there was no way we were getting her out, because she said, I'm going to die in this house. this is my house.
Mhm.
And, and then when the
That's
dementia
my mother.
yeah, and then when the dementia got bad, she was like, I want to go home. I want to go home. Mom,
And
this is
she
your
told me,
house.
I'm not going anywhere, Nick. She goes, I can bring a nurse in. I
Right.
said, okay, Mom. She goes, I've already got it planned out. I'm not going anywhere. And I'm like, okay.
And honestly, they say it's more cost effective, but in Florida, it's $30 an hour for
And
one.
she's in Vegas.
And
Very expensive.
it's a caregiver. It's not a nurse.
Right.
They're not even CNAs. I mean, I think they take like a hour course or something. And here you're an aide. And my brother had the cameras and he was watching. And there was one aide, every time she came, she was on her phone.
And you're right, Shib. And you're right, Dom. And my mother has gardener. She has the maintenance guy. She has the gardener. And she has the pool guy. And she gets her water and she uses her dolly, which irritates the crap out of me. I got to call them too, because she's asked them to put it over by her area where she puts all her water, and they still put it at the front door. And so I'm getting irritated with it because she's 84. She asked you to put it over there. I'm sure it's not a problem. It's, 50 feet for you. But for her, it's probably 100 or 300 feet. Come on. You got to be, reasonable to the elderly, And I know, they can get set in their ways, and they can get, ornery, and they can get belligerent, and they can get all those things. And when you do get up in the 80s and stuff, you can be sharp as a tack, but there are things that the sharp as a tack, you don't know. You still miss. You know what I mean? And exactly, it's the mobility. Perfectly said, Duck. Perfectly said. And it's the mobility. And so if you can't move around by yourself, somebody has to assist you. And that's where it's going to become to be costly, like Dom's saying. It gets costly. Let's see. Do you want to go on from there, honey?
Yeah, I think I've exhausted this.
Okay, let's go on to the next thing. Ready?
Fire when you're ready.
Here we go. We're going into ransoms. Okay. Half my neighbors are senior women out of home with large properties. I try to cut their lawn. She comes out to give me $20. Oh, Shib. That's so sweet. And that is so sweet that you do that. Especially, okay, FinFan says, especially when you have dementia or Alzheimer's, yes, or the starting stages of it can be a little weird for the family because they get out of sorts and you're not used to something that might come out of their mouths and they don't even know what they're saying. Kim Wells, thank you so much for being here. Missy Evans, FinFan, thank you. Thanks, you guys. So we're going to move into the ransoms. I learned a few things yesterday that I thought was kind of interesting. The first ransom went to Savannah's email. The second ransom went to a Guthrie's email. So I thought that was kind of interesting. I said, we have gone down many rabbit holes, ideas to exhaust ourselves almost completely as the public, as streamers, as journalists, as people that care. Family acted strange from the beginning. It threw all of us off into this chaotic belief that she was not loved or she was not cared for. In a lot of realistic issues and situations, family grows apart. Family starts to do their own things. They stay in touch for various reasons and reasons of love most of the time. But some of the time, they tend to get used to daily activities and daily social things and will start forgetting to make the phone call. We have gone down these rabbit holes and these ideas, and some people call them crazy, smart, out there, lies, families and relatives hiding, brilliance, brilliant ideas, callers. We gave tips. We tried to give tips. We gave tips. Reenactments. We all went over again and again and again in our heads. Neighbors, we couldn't understand. Drive-bys, we couldn't understand. People that passerbys in their cars that would shout out incorrect or rude things to streamers as they went by because they didn't understand the plight of the streamer. The streamer felt necessary to be out there on those premises because they felt like there was something there. There was something in their gut that told them this. But instead, they've got ridiculed, they got talked bad about, they got arrested, they got accused and demented for the things that they believed. But in hindsight, they were really the starters of the big push, the big search, the big everything. Those were the ones that we saw in the washes. Some of those people aren't even have those channels anymore that went into these washes, that talked to the homeless, that found backpacks that were left in these tunnels, that found clothes that were left in these tunnels. We can't forget, nor did we. But when people have those kind of instincts and they are stuck on something that maybe we don't believe or that maybe we don't understand, doesn't mean it's wrong. It just means we don't understand personally that person's plight. But was it to get them arrested and go on about that? No, because those people sat out there because they knew, they believed there was information still there. Now, what are you going to do about these court appearances and these tickets and these things that these people are still fighting? What are you going to do, Pima County? It looks silly. You look silly having all those officers out there yesterday. But we had a few, very few streamers that made these neighbors uncomfortable. But why were the neighbors uncomfortable? They knew the streamers weren't the person. So why were they uncomfortable? That's why I say neighbors. We tested the waters with the city of Tucson. We went far into some of their stuff. We went so far into LE and a lot of the cases that they had dealt with. We went into county of Pima, where we sat with this sheriff that's told us nothing but entire lies or changed the narratives to suit the situation. We have gone through people's backgrounds. We have done searches. We have gone on people's Facebooks, Instagrams, anything that gives us a little piece of something we could look for. We have done pacemaker explanations. We've had people come on and do demonstrations. We've had timelines. Our timelines have been set by family and also the county of Pima, with the sheriff backing up the timeline. So this is all the public and the streamers and the media's had to go on. Now you're asking the public for assistance 6 months into this, when there were people dedicated to doing whatever it took out there to find this woman. Hi, Adam. Hi, Jaylene. And now we're here again. We've exhausted now. Today, we're exhausting a couple more possibilities. You can call them crazy. You can call them out there. You can call them weird ideas. But if we don't have ideas, ideas are what's going to make the case be solved. And that's why cases go into cold cases unsolved, because detectives run out of ideas. And the public has been asked to help, so far gone into the situation that some of the information, you okay, sweetie? Some of the information that we have or had isn't going to be conclusive to us because it wasn't used when it needed to be. We've tried to reach out and call tips. We've called FBI. We've made phone calls. We've written letters. We've written emails. We've discussed the porch guy until we all have turned into the porch guy. We have done so much. We have exhausted absolutely every possibility. Add to this, Dom C, please take this part over and then we'll go into the verbiage of ransoms. Go ahead, baby. Take off of this, what we've dealt with in these 6 months of trying to do this, sweetie. It's your turn.
It's just ridiculous what Pima County is all about. 857 had that great video last night that even journalists, I mean, James O'Keefe is considered a journalist. He's not, a YouTuber, right? And
he's a YouTuber, streamer, but he is a
now he is,
he
right.
is phenomenal. He's a very intelligent man.
Unbelievable.
Yes. Was he in there last night?
He was on the video when they were busing in the migrants.
Oh,
so he was exposing that.
Yes.
And the Pima County Sheriff people treated him like crap.
They've been pushing his envelope and trying to take him to court so much
because they were following orders. Where did we hear that before? So I think what you've got is a sheriff's department that's just out of control. Like, they don't have to follow the rules. They just make them up as they go along, like with our streamers. I mean, Juice, of all people, out there praying. Every time he was out there, he prayed for Nancy. And he was quiet and he was reserved. Barely said a peep. Took phone calls. And then when he got the citation, you saw it. The police officer told him, you're in the street. And then Juice wanted clarification. So he showed him exactly where it was he needed to stand. So the next time Juice went, he put his chair exactly where the officer told him to. But Juice is 6'3", and literally his toes were on the road because he's 6'3". And that's why they arrested him, because he was obstructing the road. You're muted. You're muted, honey.
What size shoes he wears?
I have no idea.
Come on, he's that tall. You can imagine ball
like a 13, 14, right?
Easy. I bet it's a 15, 16. I wouldn't be surprised.
But the thing is how do you arrest someone for obstructing traffic when the toes of their shoes are on the side of the road? I had said to someone in our part of our streamers, I had emailed him way before the citation, everything like that, because you and I can see writings because we're older. We've seen a lot of bullshit in our lives.
Yeah.
And I emailed him and I said, listen, Tucson's not safe. They're going to go after Juice first because he's young. He's got a young family and he's got a full-time job.
Good observation too. Very good observation, honey. Unfortunately, it's bad observation, but it's a good one.
And he's not going to want to get any. And he's not going to want to get anything on his record because when you're in healthcare, a misdemeanor is no big deal, but a felony is huge. It's a huge. I could lose my license if I get a felony, and I wouldn't be able to practice anywhere in the country. So, and I told this person, I said they're going to start with Juice, then they're going to go Alex, then they're going to go 857. Then they're going to go Ted. Then they're going to do you, JLR. And I mean, the first three, I was right. First they did Juice, then Alex, and then 857. It pisses me off to no end, Nickie. You know what I did that day, right? When Juice got arrested?
Oh, did I hear this?
I was watching it live. And
Yes, I think I watched his. The only one I didn't watch live was the one I think at Alex's place.
at first I was like in shock going, are they going to actually arrest him?
Mhm.
But when he turned around and put his hands behind his back, I called JLR's burner number that he used to give
Yes,
out.
yes,
And for some reason, he answered it.
yep.
And I screamed, they just arrested Juice. He goes, what are you talking about? I said, I'm watching Juice live. They just arrested him. And then he goes, they're blowing up my phone. I got to go. I said, me too.
Hmm.
So I did what any good mama bear would do. I cashed out him the bail. I was going to be damned if they were going to keep him overnight because of money. You know?
Oh, you're beautiful for that. I didn't know that.
No, not for that. I was so angry because I knew they wanted to scare him. And you get a sweet kid like him in a jail overnight, it could have broken him emotionally.
Yep.
Alex
It
is
broke
tough.
a lot of us, just the emotions out there.
Right. Alex
Them
is
coming
tough.
and getting them. The emotions were hard, whether you agree or not. I get these weird little questions, I guess you could say, on they'll find a spot on one of my shorts or something, and I'll get this random question that won't have anything to do with what they're looking at. And they'll say, how you feel about, you pretty proud of Alex for doing this? And I haven't answered any of those at any time. But if you wanted to know the truth of it, yeah, and I wish he was still out there, because he knew. Juice knew. 857 knew. JLR knew. They knew. Ted knew. They knew something wasn't right.
Yes.
And why, you guys, why would they give it back so quickly to that darn family, to where not giving it back is a bad thing, but the timing of giving it back is, you haven't looked at anything right, you know? Janet, hi, honey. Nice to see you. Very nice to see you.
Well,
And
the reason why, Nickie, I was scared for Juice is because of the corruption in Pima County. And I kid you not, when I heard the words out of this beautiful young man's mouth, I'm scared. Somebody follow me. I'm scared.
yes,
Probably you and I at the same time were bawling our eyes
yeah,
out
I was bawling
because I was
like a
terrified.
baby, like that was my son.
I was
I was
terrified.
bawling.
Listen, the sheriff beat somebody with a flashlight, sent him to the ICU, and got away with it. There was just someone else who died in the jail. They say it was natural causes. Who's going to investigate? They're going to investigate themselves. Oh, you're going to get my Sicilian up today, because it's ridiculous.
And you guys know, or you did hear, that someone passed yesterday.
Yeah, passed yesterday.
In the Pima County jail.
So
Again.
that's why I was telling you.
Again.
That's why I was telling you with the ransom note.
Well, look what they did to Alex. They threw him in solitary confinement.
Yeah, because they had to separate him from Juice because they were going to start a riot or something.
Because they were going to talk. Come on, you guys.
They were going to collude.
So you put him in solitary? Like, what? Like, look what you did to these guys. And if they were so terrible, why are you guys there? There's something there, and we all know it. It may just be a lead. It might not even be, the person herself, but it could be a lead. It could be a piece of evidence. Any of those things, that they missed. And fresh eyes, like they said, And that's the thing. Do you want to go into the verbiage why we're talking about these, and we can keep going on?
No, you can go into the verbiage of the ransom notes because you've got them there in front of you. I just wanted to add that,
please,
time and time and time and time again, this sheriff's department has proven to us that they're not trustworthy, Nickie.
Yeah.
And that's when I got the ding ding, and probably hundreds of people thought it way before I did, but I was like, so you got this dirty guy in there. He sees the watch by the floor. He sees the floodlights. He thinks, this is Savannah Guthrie. His mom? Huh? Man, that lady's rich. I know how to send a ransom note without somebody finding out it's me. And there you go.
It's come from these different.
It's a ransom note that came from someone who saw the scene, but maybe not the person who took Nancy. That was my ding ding moment.
Mm-hmm.
You got dirty cops doing dirty things.
Mm-hmm.
Why the heck wasn't there one at the crime scene? Who knows?
And I'm not ever
I'm not
gonna
accusing.
make a weird.
This is my opinion based on their history, based on my imagination. In my opinion, I'm just asking questions.
Hi, Annie Bruno 9784. Nice to see you. And Dom C, she says. That's so sweet. Oh, and Aspen. Hi, Aspen. She says, and Dom C in chat. Hello. Hi, sweetheart. That's scary thought, Dom C. Connie says, that is a scary thought. Yes, it is a scary thought. But, it's so sad. This whole thing is absolutely so sad, and we have done so much to try to help. I'm not talking about me personally. I mean, I've watched it from day one. You know what I mean? I think you guys probably already know this because I've already talked about it. But my family is a Rainbow Coalition, literally. So I have always been on guard about Ellie. My son got picked up when he was 15. He got picked up here in Portland. I got a call at about 10 o'clock maybe at night, and I couldn't figure out what my son could have done that would take him to the police department. And I'm thinking, oh my God, is he just out here running amok? What's... And I'm telling my husband, what in the world? And he said, I don't know. I've had 2 drinks. You're going to have to go. And I said, well, that's honest, Mike. I'll go. No problem. So I went down there, and I get there, and my son is standing with these officers, and they're laughing, and they're just shooting the basic, blippity blip or whatever. And I walk in because I'm irritated, because I'm already like, why do you have my child? And this officer looks at me and he goes, are you his mom? And I said, yeah. Oh my gosh, you've got such a great son. And I go, if I had such a great son, he wouldn't be in your place, would he? What's going on? And he goes, oh, we picked him up for walking too slow across the crosswalk. I looked at this police officer and I said, what did you say? And he said, we picked him up because we thought he was taunting us. And I said, taunting you? What do you mean by that? And he said, he was taunting us because we had our lights on. We had to get somewhere, and they got off the railway system. So they were all walking across. And your son was the last one. And it just seemed like he was moving a little slow. I said, I have absolutely never heard of this in my life. I've heard of jaywalking, and you get in it for jaywalking, but I've never heard that you think the person walks a little too slow. And now you pull him in. And now you find out he's a great student. He's a great athlete. He likes his music. You find all this stuff about him, and you've had a conversation now, so you know he's not that kid. So now you look silly, and now you have to give me that kid, and you have to try to tell me why you have my child in this police station. And he said, well, I said, no, you made a mistake. You thought he was a different kid. You thought you might have had a gangbanger. You thought you might have had somebody in your clutches. But you had a kid that goes to school and loves to play sports. That's so sad to me.
Oh, he's lucky that
And
you
I
didn't
said,
use
let
every
me tell
four-letter
you
word there
something.
is.
I said, do you know why he's such a good kid? And I said, do you know why he's able to stand in here and have a conversation with you guys and not sit back and go, they did this to me, they're being prejudiced, mom, and da 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 da. Do you know why he's able to do that? Because he was raised by us. And his name follows a judge's name here in Oregon. And he takes that seriously. And didn't even really get to know his grandpa like that. But he is respectful of the law, even in these situations. That's why you're able to have that conversation with him. So now I want an apology, and I'd like you to apologize to my son. And I had a girlfriend with me at the time. She rode down there with me, and he said, "I'm very sorry, and I am sorry that we mistaken him. You know, that he is a good kid." And I said, yeah, maybe you'll learn next time. Maybe, just maybe, this will get you to be a little more compassionate next time you see a group of kids. Well, there were so many of them together. I said, yeah, and you just got the last one. That's what you did. Because you figured maybe there was something there. I said, thank you. And I said, thank you for doing your due diligence. Next time, make sure you do the due diligence twice before you haul somebody's kid in. And that's it. And I grabbed him up, or he came, and we got in the car and we left. And I asked him, how was it? How was he treated? You know, all those things. And he said, Mom, they treated me fine. They didn't even put handcuffs on me. And I was like, okay. I was like, no, because you're 15 and they need me. That's why. And you weren't being violent. There was no reason for them to put cuffs on you. You're 15 and you didn't do anything and you don't have a record. They should have already been able to check that. They have a database for every kid in the metropolitan areas. You know, they look at every child's background now. You know, if you're associated with this group or you're associated with this group, you know what I mean? And it was just disgusting to me. And that is one of my bad moments with Ellie. And
Yeah,
I tried to be respectful.
Yeah.
Always. But I know they make mistakes. And I've seen it in my own self, in my own life.
Yeah.
And you probably have too. You've probably seen it at work. You've probably seen it in different situations.
Yeah.
Them make mistakes. They're humans. They're like us. It's just
I back the blue. I respect law enforcement, but you know, it's like an old Sicilian saying: just because you got some rotten tomatoes in the bushel, you don't throw the whole bushel out. You know, because we make sauce. So
yeah, that's right.
You want to throw the rotten ones away, but you want to keep the good tomatoes so we can make the sauce with the machine. But, you know, and my nephew's retired NYPD, and he said that there were stories that he just could never share with us because they were so that he doesn't want to share them because he's tried to forget them. You know, and I've got two neighbors that one was a sheriff deputy in Multnomah County, and then one was a sheriff in Troutdale. I think he was an officer in Troutdale. And, you know, same thing. They don't want to talk about their work. You know, sometimes it's just the average stuff, but, you know, sometimes they go to some heinous scenes. And I do remember them saying, though, that the most dangerous scenes that they go to are the domestic violence ones. Those are the most dangerous ones for the officers to go to. So I'm respectful. You know, I was telling, I think it was Chris Talks Truth and Bruce. I was telling them to watch this young man called The Lead Attorney on YouTube. Oh my gosh, you would love him, Nickie. The stories that he tells, but he also gives great advice. You get pulled over, they ask for your driver's license, you give it. They ask you to step out of the car, you do it. They ask you to put your hands behind your back, you do it. You can ask, why am I being arrested? But as you do it, they said he says you cannot litigate a traffic stop, a ticket, or anything on the side of the road. You're going to get yourself arrested for resisting. He said, let them take you in, and then you get your attorney, and then you can sue them for wrongful arrest. He said, but The videos that he shows, Nickie, you will laugh your butt off. Some of the resisting people are so funny. And then the sovereign citizens who aren't driving, they're traveling, so they don't need a driver's license or license plates or car insurance. Have you heard of that? So, yeah, you'll love him, the lead attorney.
I'll love it. I love, and just, you won me over just when you said he gives great advice. It is so hard. If attorneys give advice, you take it, because attorneys don't give free advice. They don't give free advice. So if this attorney is willing to do that, that's why I got so excited, because that's why I loved my father so much, because of all the help he gave. You know, he didn't care about the buck. You know, money was going to come regardless. You know what I mean? He cared about people, and that was such a good example for me. Such a good example.
Do you think that a corrupt person from Pima County could have seen the evidence and concocted the ransom notes?
Yes. Anything is totally possible.
It's a possibility.
Yes. It's absolutely a possibility, hon. Absolutely.
And then realizing that they weren't going to be able to show proof of life, and just assuming that whoever took Nancy unalived her that night or the next day, it was prudent to abandon ship, because Savannah wasn't biting, and say, oh yeah, she's with nature now.
Yeah.
Peace out. You can't contact me. I think that they were hoping.
She said, peace out. You can't contact me. Bev Mac agrees.
Because let's face it, that is the perfect scammer's mentality. It's like, give me the money now. Give me the money now. Give me the money now. Give me. Hurry. Now. To make people react. And it's like,
Right.
you know, and she had the money, but apparently Savannah's not dumb.
Jolene says, think it could have been Nanos that took and got all that information and done it, and he was there that night. I think that anything is possible in this world. And I think if we, and Adam says this very, very well, if we limit ourselves and our minds and we don't keep them open to possibilities, and it will end up being the possibility we didn't keep our mind open to because we closed it. And so we have to keep that going, you know, as best we can. And I know we've heard, that's what I was just saying. We've heard how many ideas we've heard, how many things have we been called crazy, outer space, out there. Oh, aliens are going to come next. I've seen and read so many things for 6 months in other people's chats.
Yeah.
And just, I mean, literally taking notes of what people really think of this case and the comments that they've made over time. And it's been, some of them have been absolutely supportive for this woman. I come from a family like Dom C. We're used to, first thing my mother ever wants to do is make a casserole if someone passes away. First thing she wants to do is worry about whoever's left behind there and them not eating, or them not being able to answer their phone because they're still in such a different state, or just these little things that people forget that widows or people that lose people go through, and things that they could use help, with. And so those little things, kind of get a little weird. And I think when you start thinking about neighbors more than you think about family, there's something wrong there. When the neighbors need to heal, why aren't we hearing about the family needed to heal? There's some real weird stuff. You know, the guy driving up to 857, that is always going to sit weird with me, and ask if he was TMZ and could he make him famous. But then in the same second breath or so, he wants to know how the neighbors are doing. He doesn't ask how the family's doing. He asks how the neighbors are. That to me is absolutely, I have lost so many people in my life that have been everything to me. I've been one of those kids since I was 10 years old. And I've never in my life heard someone say to my mother or to my grandmother or to me or anybody, hey, how's the neighbors doing? Are they healing? I mean, that is, I'm a widow. My mother's a widow. Like, she's lost her mother. I mean, I've lost my father, my all family, my grandmothers. Like, I've never heard anybody say, hey,
how's the mailman feeling?
How are they feeling over here in the neighborhood?
Sure.
What? That is the most bizarre thing to me, you guys. And it's always sat so weird with me. And I think that's one of those things Alex has joked around about, because it doesn't make sense. When things don't make sense, you have to laugh about them and stuff because they sound so silly to you as a normal human being.
And what did he mean? How are the neighbors dealing with all the media out there, or how are the neighbors dealing?
He just left it as, how are the neighbors doing?
That is weird. And he didn't live in the neighborhood either that we know of.
No. And you're right. The guy was in that. Yes, it was very odd, Bev Mac. And he had the phone in the middle console. He had it sitting on his seat. And he flipped it over when 857 approached, but he couldn't turn it off. So a voice came through that was of a different language. So I'm wondering, is it have something to do with some of the stuff Alex has been saying? Could it have been that language that he was trying to muffle and hide? Because that was a clue, and you don't let clues out, period. So he was probably, if he does have anything to do with it, knows the people or anything of that nature, he was basically filling the water. He was going back, and you guys have heard this over and over again. People go back to the crime, or they send somebody back to the area. It happens all the time. You can watch movies where the person, and I know they're movies, right? But very close to real life in some situations, but you can actually see the person stand behind the caution rope or the caution tape. And they'll be standing in the crowd watching the police to see what's going on. And they're the ones who did it.
Right. Like fires too.
Mm-hmm.
And I bet you the perp or perps were shocked at the amount of media out there.
That's what I was thinking.
Because
That's
I hadn't
exactly
watched TV in probably 20 years. I had no idea who Savannah Guthrie was. And until I saw,
he said he had delivered around there.
Yep. I couldn't believe the dozens of trucks down that road. So can you imagine the perp going, oh, shoot.
Blend right in.
Yeah.
Blend right on in.
Look
but
what
you
I
decided to stop, and people decided to stop, either cuss people out on the sides, the streamers, or they wanted to say something negative or rude or try to aim at them to scare them. We've seen that on these cameras ourselves, that they have, moved their car to their direction and looking.
It just happened to Sleuth.
Yes.
A couple weeks ago.
And how did Sleuth hear people there? Because people are there. People have been wrecking those blinds in that poor woman's immaculate home. All my mother, if somebody came and started ripping down her curtains or messing them all up, and she wouldn't have to put her anywhere with nature. She'd take you to nature with her. You know what I mean? Women that are older and stuff like that, and they are set in their ways. They have their things the way they like them.
Yeah.
you know, and keeping a clean house is important to those gals. And so, yeah, why would you go and start destroying her blinds? Alex is there, it's cracked. Sleuth is there, and it's all messed up. Like somebody just went in and pulled their blinds all over the place. And then to hear both of them hear people talking, that is not made up. That is not made up. We
That's why they
hear
don't
it
want
if
us
we
there.
listen good enough.
That's why they don't want our streamers there,
Mhm.
because something's going on at the house.
Mhm.
You know,
Oh, Rhythm and Clue said, hello, folks. Just sub to Dom C. Oh, thank you,
Thank
Rhythm and
you.
Clue. That's so kind
Thank you.
of
That's
you,
so
honey.
sweet.
And Chris Talks True says, yes. He looked backwards and pointed forwards towards. Yes, he did. That's what I was
Good
wondering if
observation,
anybody
Chris.
saw that. I agree with you right there, Nickie. The guy is very suspicious. That came up to 857. It's never been, we've never been able to solve it. It's just kind of always just sat there in my head. I don't know which part of my brain, but a little tiny corn size back there somewhere, right, Adam? A little corn size. So moving on with these ransoms, and we're going to keep talking about them a little until we exhaust our brains and your brains. So verbiage. Dennis, hi, Dennis U9088. Oh, that is so kind. Two of the sweetest ladies on YouTube. Y'all are wonderful. Thank you so much.
you.
That is so sweet. Wow. I hope the cops looked into that guy. Bev Mac, from your mouth to God's ears, baby. Because that's a weird one. Mel, hi, Mel1152. You just subbed to Dom. Yay.
Oh, thank you.
Mel. I love Mel. Mel is just, I love to see Mel on here. You're just a godsend, Mel.
Nickie, I'm going to call my husband real quick. I have to talk to him about something.
Mhm.
If you give me 5 minutes.
You're fine, and I'm going to talk about the ransoms a little, and I'm going to
I'll
talk
be
about
right back. I'll be listening on my other earpiece.
No worries, honey. Do what you got to do. Do what you got to do. So let's see. Janet. Hello, me. Hello, you. Mel. Oh, I'm so glad to see you. Yes. Yeah, very odd. Roxanne, very odd. And how do you, how do you really, when you don't explain it, how do you explain it? You know what I mean? When you just kind of leave it there. There's no explanation, and the concern for the neighbors is absolutely bizarre to somebody like me that's lost so many people in my life. I've never heard it before. I've never even heard I've heard people say they know what you're going through, or they're sorry about the way you feel. Even to kids, they'll say stuff like that. But I've never heard anybody say, hey, how are the neighbors doing? Forget your mom, forget your family. How is the neighbors? That's just crazy to me for some reason, and I think you guys probably see what I see. That's just isn't going to happen. It's weird. And to say that you delivered around there, super easy to say that and you don't give any proof. You just said it. It's just words, excuse me. You're just so aggravated with Savannah. I need help. But people don't want to help. No, they want to help. You're absolutely correct. They want to help, but we're getting shut down. There's been people that have wanted to call these tips in and have called these tips in, but they've gotten shut down, and they've been talked rude to and all those things. So it's sad, Okay. Inspired Michelle. Hi, honey. Ooh, the guy in the car. He gives me a bad feeling. And the minute I saw him, gut feeling, and the other person. I'm telling you, it's it. If you go with your gut, see, I didn't do that for a minute, and my ideas kind of went like this. But then when I told myself, you know what, Nickie, start going with your gut. Stop thinking so much about it. Go with the feelings. Like, do you feel that that's right? Do you feel that that's wrong? It's crazy. I remember when talking to 857 and I was so confused. Me too, Connie. Like, wow. Bev Mac, I agree. Inspired Michelle. Yay. Truth Warrior, Patriot Pride would be proud. I finally started my channel without a million names. Oh, I love it. Like Gaydar. When you know, you know. You know 100% that I did not look at him. Then it stuck the porch guy, 30 seconds clips, watching streamers' YouTubes for 6 months. Go nuts on that. Yes, 1,000 videos. You're absolutely right, Chris Talks Truth. Very well said. Very good point. Anarch state sponsored citizenship is the worst. I've been arrested because the family that they're trying to help. Yep, Jolene. Truth Warrior, hi. Truth Warrior 1234. Inspired. Michelle C, you started a channel. Yay. I share your channel link in here. It is under the username. I still think the party house that was raided had something to do with it. No, it was under we have voices. Okay, well, we do. And so I'm going to keep going with this and let you guys chat for a second. Hi, Dom. That was quick. And
yeah, everything's okay. My father-in-law is 92 and lives independently, but he's in a facility. And we've been trying to talk him out of not getting an apartment because he goes, I don't want to live amongst all these old people. But his kidney function is starting to decline. So he wanted to let us know that he's going to stay put for now. So can we all say amen? Thank you, Jesus. That he's not.
Thank you, Jesus. Yes.
Because at least there's somebody there checking on him, you know?
Yes. Maine, you're right, honey. You're right. You're right. You're right. I love this time of the day. Sometimes I can't get in, or other stuff's going on. But today was a perfect time for us to do this together. And thank you for saying that. And just Jaylene, love you. Okay, Nickie, missing 26-year-old. Hold on. Wait, I got to get in on my info. Tashina in Washington State. Okay. Oh, in Kennewick? Okay. Tashina, do you get that, Dom C? She's on that side of the water. I'm on this side of the water. Tashina, Kennewick. Okay. Dom's probably looking it up right now.
No, but I want to do local stuff with you because it's important to cover our area too. Because
yes,
Washington and Oregon.
Oh my!
I mean, we're the drug corridor. People don't realize that.
Because of the water. That's what I was talking about the other day.
But
the waterways
and Interstate 5 runs from Mexico to Canada.
Yep.
I mean, Vancouver.
Yep.
It's called the I-5 heroin corridor for a reason. I mean, now they're doing fentanyl and everything else. But, when I first started nursing, we had so many heroin overdoses at the hospital.
And the fentanyl problem now.
Now it's fentanyl. Now we get a lot of fentanyl.
Crazy. I can't imagine what you're seeing at the hospital sometimes. Like, wow.
So in Kennewick.
Oh, Inspired Michelle C is in Vancouver.
Yay.
We got another Northwestie. Yay!
I'm telling you, we're gonna have to have a Northwest party.
So remember this, Inspired Michelle, because we're gonna do future streams with a whole bunch of us in there together.
So awesome.
And talking about the Northwest and just giving different information to people and giving our own assessments on it. Please don't forget, Michelle. Okay. So the ransom notes, the verbiage, here we go. So I'm going to give you two scenarios.
I'm going to mute myself so I don't interrupt.
But I want you to answer. You're fine.
Okay.
Don't mute yourself. You're fine, honey. And okay, so here we go. So I'm going to give you two scenarios. You're going to decide what the scenario that makes sense is.
Okay.
But then, or the line that makes sense. But you're also going to think about the mistake that was also made in one of the ransom notes. Okay?
I feel like I'm on Jeopardy. Okay.
So here we go. No. So here we go. So we have your mother, Nancy.
Yeah. Yeah. I have your mother. I know my
I
mother's
have
name.
your mother, Nancy. Which one could be true? Because of the mistake in the verbiage of trying to fix what was already said. Feel me? Because they already had said me in the first one.
Oh,
In
good
the second
point.
one, they said we.
We.
So to you guys, which one do you believe is the true one? Is it we or I?
I think it's I.
So you think it was one person that did the ransoms?
Yeah.
Okay.
I think it's one person who did the ransom. And I don't think it's the person who took Nancy.
Newport, Oregon, 11:30, stolen
Newport's
vehicle.
my favorite.
Below. Oh wow, she needs medication immediately and psycho danger for herself and just released from adolescent psychiatric hospital. Well, the big, huge hospital, you know, is the state hospital right there in Salem. And that's always been the house, you know, the house.
Right. So Newport, Oregon.
I think the ransom came from a stranger. Okay, so here. So I love that you said that. Thank you, P-I-56. Thank you for saying that. You agree with Jolene, we or I. See? Because it got switched. One was I, the other one was we. Hello, hello, Savannah. I have your mother. You have until I'm requesting this amount of money, 4 million.
Right.
If you don't deliver, we've got until Monday, the 9th, and it's going to be 6.
Yeah.
So why the change? Why I and then we? Come on. You know, it looks a little strange there because it has to be either the same person that made a mistake and wrote it differently each time, or it's different people writing it. You have to think about it.
That's true. That's true.
So this is something that's... Go ahead, honey.
And the I can be the chef. I demand this. I want this. But we, the chef and the waiters, have your mother.
Mm-hmm.
So it could be I'm the one who's in charge, but we have your mother as a group.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, you're absolutely right. You know, and everybody's guesstimated how many people did it take? You know, if it was a different person. Brenda's saying, I think second no is different person. Could be caller's girlfriend. Super good, Brenda. Super good.
Or mother.
Super good. Super good. It can be anybody.
Could be anybody.
I think those 2 ransoms come from the same person. Okay, Jolene thinks it's the same person. Could be someone trying to expedite the death certificate. Very true also, Brenda. You come up with some good ones, Brenda. So, verbiage. Here we go. So this is about verbiage on these ransom letters.
Okay.
I know you heard the we and the I. It's been gone over. Hi, Fanny Pack. Nice to see you. So this is the catch to this, you guys. Nature. The synonyms.
Synonyms.
Yes. For nature is self, wilderness, kind, disposition, essence, or universe. Isn't that interesting?
That is interesting.
Now we get into what also means the same thing but are different words. Okay?
Okay.
I think my head because they actually take empty, so they had to be backpedal. Yeah, it's a lot of backpedaling right now. It seems to be because the lies are really coming in full force. Jolene, great concept there. Could be one person making them think it's two. Very well said, Fanny Pack 17. You're right, honey. P-I-56. I did a segment a while back, a profiling of a person who would write like that. Was interesting. Exactly. So, other words that mean the same thing. Nature. You guys ready?
I'm
Some
ready.
interesting stuff. Nature means, if you didn't want to say nature, you could say outdoors, countryside, landscape, wilderness, environment, creation, biosphere, cosmos. Those all mean nature. Isn't
They didn't
that
want to give it
true?
away.
So
They didn't want to say she's buried in the wilderness.
Add another note. The same Bitcoin web address. It's Pima County. Yes. Inspired. Thank you, babe. I found that very interesting. That these all mean nature. I didn't even know that. Then I went, I double checked. Then I went and I did perished. I need to get a bit of work done. Sending you all the blessings, love, and thank you, PI56. You've been a sweetheart. Thank you for every idea and everything. I really appreciate you. And thank you. I'm grateful for everything. Thank you. If I missed anything, I always want to say thank you, even if you're like, why is Nickie thanking me? Well, just I'm thanking you for being here. And thank you for just I'm being grateful because I need to show gratitude. You know, a lot of people don't show it nowadays, so I need to. So didn't they say that parish spelled like parish, like a church, something like that? Yes. But Jolene, even if you spelled it in that manner, it still comes back to passed away, died, expired, deceased, succumbed. And then it can go off to the side and add in, when you add another form of the word, it can go to decayed, rotted, decomposed. So by utilizing these words in the manner in which they used them, there was so many other terms in our slang English language also that would have gotten the point. My point being is that this was somebody, you guys, that is very exuberant with their wording. That is definitely some type of a writer because of the specialized words and the way that they're utilizing these in ransoms makes it seem as if the person is some type of a writer.
Because it's not everyday language, Nickie. An everyday language writer would say, your mom died and we buried her.
Yep.
Point blank.
Mm-hmm.
That's it. That's the
and
reality.
The spelling, I think I just saw somebody come through. Cash Runner, hi, sweetie. Brenda, thank you for all your help. Kim Wells, just love ya. Kim Wells, 1699, nice to see you always, honey. A poet? Inspired Michelle says a poet. It could be, hon. But I think that we realistically, and I think that they realistically need to pay attention to verbiage. The Hello Savannah. I mean, how many of us have seen Silence of the Lambs? Come on, that is
more than
such a
once.
cliche. Like they're trying to be matter of fact or be very
It could almost
polite.
show their age too.
And they're trying to be very polite and very
Let's see when that came out.
what do I call my mother always? She's very she has a lot of manners and a lot of, when she talks with a lot of eloquence. And she answers even questions that way in certain terminology. But I can tell you this, my mother has had several of her own shows, several of her own write-ups in a bunch of different golf inquiring magazines. She has never wrote any of these words except for the ones that are underneath perished. When she comes to nature and being a golf pro and having to write about a layout of a golf course, she's always used environment, the environment of the golf course, the landscape of the golf course, the countryside of the golf course. Never used necessarily wilderness, necessarily creation, not necessarily biosphere, not necessarily cosmos. Those are words that we use when we want to represent things that we've seen in the world. When we say cosmos, we are saying, oh my gosh, we saw the biggest thing in the sky and the most beautiful thing. It's the cosmos. That was the cosmos. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So we use different terms. Jim Survival, hi, sweetheart. And you're in here with these Northwest girls. Jim's family lives up the coastline in the Oregon coast.
Oh, love it.
Yeah.
I love the Oregon coast.
His daughter, I think it's your daughter and her husband and family, I believe. So Jim's gotten up every once in a while up here. So yeah, we've had those conversations. But I just love, he's been such a sleuther, a person that gets on that motorcycle and goes everywhere.
Yeah.
Through everything and looks through everything. He's been such a great help with this case. Also, I'm sure he's disheartened by a lot of things that he has seen.
Yeah.
And hello back to you. And he says hello to you, Dom C, also.
Hi, Jim.
And Inspired says biosphere is like a biodome. Exactly. But this is how they have the Webster's / current up to date what these words cross over to be.
Nickie, did you know that Silence of the Lamb was released in 1991? 35 years ago.
I'm not surprised. I'm not surprised.
It can't be a young person like
well,
under
and
25.
if you think about it, there's those other two movies that one of the streamers talked about, and it was about ransoms, and it was $6 million.
Coincidence? Probably not.
I don't know. Did you go?
Yeah, it's weird.
Did you get some of the information out of there? Perished is a formal, serious word. Exactly, Fanny Pack.
That's great, Fanny Pack.
Per Google, correct. And so, if perished, if you could just say like Dom said, in our great English language that we use nowadays is, I'm sorry your mom has passed, or I'm sorry your mom passed away, I'm sorry your mom is deceased, I'm sorry I didn't mean this to happen, but she's dead.
Yeah, she died.
Mm-hmm.
Perished.
They're hard to accept, but they're straightforward and to the point. It's not this fancy, like you said. It's not this formal talk. Even being this formal, my mother still would not say that. And she's one of the most formal people I know. Like
maybe English isn't their first language, though.
Maybe it's not.
Now, some
But
of the
it's
experts are saying that AI didn't write it, but AI is pretty darn good. You can use it as an assistance. You don't have to copy and paste it. What if it said, what's a different terminology I can say for dead? And perished was one of them, and they picked it.
But a person that's trying to, because if the person's gone, the only thing that you have to tool with, and the only thing that you have to really bargain with, is money to get her remains back.
Right.
So now you have a money to a body situation, not to the other situation to try to keep her alive. So this parish wasn't necessary.
Right.
Because if you want her remains back, this is what I need.
Bottom line. Yeah, your mom's dead. If you want her body back, now it's...
Why are you trying to be so sweet about it? Why are you trying to be so formal about it? It's a done deal. It's over. Why are you trying to make it something it's not? Like if you say it's sweeter, it's going to come out tasting a little better off the tongue? No, it still tastes the same.
Or you won't get charged with murder. I didn't kill her. She perished.
I didn't know that this was going to happen. I didn't take her health seriously enough.
Unbelievable.
It's kind of different.
It's kind of crazy.
When you take a look at these different things, you're putting things in a perspective. It really looks, I'm sorry to say, but it looks as if it's could be two different people, in my opinion, writing these ransoms and trying to be gentle about it. And who would have and who would want to let Savannah down easy? Think about it. Who's going to want to let her down easy as a person that initially took her mother? For whatever that means was at the time. Money, whatever. You took the chance, because if you were going to hurt the lady because of the ransom, she still was going to end up in that direction. Do you understand what I'm saying? So why is it different now? Why are you trying to make it easy to say or to accept?
I think it's because how painful it looked when Savannah did that first message. And maybe that person, if the ransom is really from the person who took Savannah and then saw her plea, and maybe it hit somewhere in that black heart of, wow, she's suffering. I didn't know the old lady was going to die, and I didn't know that the daughter was going to be this destroyed. I better let her know that the mom's dead. How am I going to say this in a nice way? How am I going to say this, to maybe ease the blow a little bit? Oh, she perished and she's with nature. It's okay.
Yeah.
You're okay. It's okay.
Yeah. It's true. You're absolutely right about it. It's one of those things. It's almost like we've got to not look at what they're showing us. Yeah. And we have to read between our lines and pick up what our gut's telling us. Because before, like I told you guys, I was going with what I've seen, what I've heard, and all this. Even if I didn't agree with it, I was still swallowing it. Even the lies and all that. And we know they're lies. Yeah. So why would we don't accept lies from people that we know? Why would we accept them from people that tell them to us in a case on the internet, on TV, or what have you? Why would we accept it that way if we don't accept it from the closest people?
There have been interesting theories, and there have been stuff on the chat that I've said, wow, I never thought of it that way. That's why on one of my lives, Nickie, I was saying, I love to research. So someone says something, I go and I research, and I'm like, well, that's plausible. And then I go down the rabbit hole. And then somebody else says something, and I go, wait a minute, that's opposite of what I just researched, but I'm going to check it out. And then, well, now that's plausible. And then this is plausible, and that's plausible. And then
that's why it makes it so tough.
There's 15 different balls up in the air, and they're all plausible.
Yep. And there's not one bad idea. I
There
don't care
isn't.
how out there
Yeah,
you think it could be. It's just not. They're all absolutely could be possible.
Chris Talks Truth, though, yesterday reminded me that Chris from the interview room said, I'm still at the house. I'm still at the front door. So he hasn't left Nancy's house. What that means, what he's implying, I don't know.
Mm-hmm.
I get a headache. You know who doesn't give me a headache? Monks. Monks doesn't give me a
I
headache.
love Monk when he walks around. I love it. And he's telling his story. I love it. Love it.
And his cat, because I'm a cat lover. She's asleep over here next to me.
I have one up there. Kidnappers issuing apologies include Nancy Guthrie's in Arizona and the tragic kidnapping of 4 Americans in Mexico. In rare criminal case, captors or groups have expressed remorse. See what I mean? Good job, Brenda Walsh. It's true. That's why I say I think it's more than just one.
Very possible.
And I think that they're using a lot of what you said. I think they're using AI. I think they're using probably Chat GPT. They're probably using anything and everything that can give them different wording so they can make it seem like it's not what it seems. Because that's what it's been going on pretty much the whole time. But I just wanted you all to really think about who would try to let down Savannah without wanting to make her so upset. It's a good thing to put into your coffers and put into your minds, you guys, and really think about why that would be, why it's necessary. If they don't know her and they don't care, then why would it be necessary for her to be let down easy?
That's why I have my two-sided theories. I've got
Do
all
it.
my suspects for my ransom notes and all my suspects for the ransom notes aren't from the person who took her.
Terry Barker, hi, sweetheart. Terry Barker, 6525. Didn't mean to get you to go by one time, but I was on that train of thought. Hi, sweetheart. Nice to see you.
No, always good to interact with our chat because
I love that because I don't want
to.
The guys get so busy and the chat goes so fast that it's just how in the heck they pick one out to say hi to or something. It's so hard. And I love being able to have the sociability with everybody. I love it.
Well, I think that's the purpose of our channels is so that we can all talk one-on-one. I mean, you were gracious enough, to let me come on so that I could talk to you one-on-one instead of, trying to be the keyboard warrior.
Well, so
trying to type my messages to you.
Chris Talks Truth said something great. And first one on the scene. Chris Talks Truth. You know what? First one on the scene, last one to see her. They're making and setting the timeline and the narrative. We have a timeline because of 2 people in a family and 1 sheriff. Daughter, son-in-law, sheriff. That set our timeline.
Well, the family has till Saturday with me. I'm giving them 1 week grace that I'm not going to talk about them and their possible involvement. So they've got a week's grace from me from the first till, and I work Thursday, Friday anyway, but Saturday when I go live.
Mm-hmm. How are you for next Tuesday? How are you for next Tuesday?
I'll text you my entire schedule
because I'd like to keep continuing this, and then we keep adding ladies to this, and we get this I think it would be a wonderful thing. I hope other states start doing it, and other streamers in states grab up some of the streamers that are in their state, and they start doing a combined thing. I think it's lovely. I really enjoy this.
I work Tuesday, but I mean, I would be available from like 3 to 6 if you could do a late one.
3 p.m.?
3 p.m., yeah.
Oh, gosh, let's do it 3 p.m. to 6.
Yeah, I can do that.
Let's do it. It doesn't have to be on this time all the time, but I was just trying to set a day for us.
Yeah, because I'll be asleep otherwise. All
Okay,
right,
no, I understand
I'll
completely.
put you in my calendar for 3:00.
3 to 6, and we'll get together before then, and we'll get all our little ducks in a row. Brenda
Okay.
Walsh said 3 p.m. Oh, Jody Woo, 4444.
That's Pacific time, guys.
I love you. Yes, it's Pacific, you guys. I think you guys have probably figured that part out with us. I've made some mistakes. I got invited on Talk with Chris, and I just love him, and Chris McLaughlin. And he said, I'd love to have you on my show. Can you be here at I think it was 9 a.m. or something like that? And I said, oh, I would love to. And I was just starting. And I thought, oh, that's so nice. Cozy Clue Keeper. Hi, sweetheart. And so I was just like, oh, thank you. I got up. I jumped up. I went to find his thing. I found his live. I said, hi, Chris, I'm here. And he said, you're about 3 hours late. And I went, huh? I said, it's 9 o'clock. And he goes, 9 o'clock my time. And I went, oh my gosh. I felt so
we're on the West Coast.
Silly. Yes. I felt so silly, you guys. So now I'm very good about checking and seeing, okay, what time is it? Now,
what time zone are you in?
Yes. Always. I get way better at that now. I've learned, you start learning and picking up things, definitely.
Yeah. Well, we're on the same time zone, so we're good.
Mm-hmm. And thank you all for the memberships today. The super chats, the jewels, the gems. I'm not sure what to call them, jewels or gems. I just say both. It's just thank you. And if any Amazon or Venmo, thank you. I want to always be grateful, even if they're not used. I want to say thank you, because I never want to be that person that's not grateful. And so I just want to say that.
I'm grateful for everyone who subscribed.
See, that's how I was. I was
6 months ago, my son
way.
said, why are you doing a YouTube channel? You're boring. Nobody's going to want to listen to you.
Who said that?
My sweet son, the protective one. He's like, Mom, don't put your picture on where you're at. You know that they can locate you on photos.
They dox.
And
I was
said,
like,
yes,
what is that?
I know, honey. But the thing is nobody's looking for me to find me.
You don't have to look for me. I put my name out there. I said, no AKAs. Just go ahead and find me. Here
He's
I
so
am.
sweet. But yeah.
Yeah, but that's just a protective, protective.
It is a protective thing.
It's funny because yesterday, so Nanos, and I'm not making this up.
I call them nonads.
I've observed. I usually say no. And I saw somebody put a wackadoodle in here, and you're absolutely right. But I do say twirly bird. That's my thing, because they are twirly birds, because they just keep going this way.
I call them knuckleheads.
They just can't seem to land, and they just go in circles. It just seems crazy to me. But Nanos, no. New lawsuit, $176 million lawsuit against Nanos and Pima County. Incompetence was and paralyzed. This boy was being swatted. He called and asked for help. He gave notice that this was happening to him. He kept calling and letting them know every time he was swatted. They came in guns a-blazing to Axel Menendez, neck all the way down to his toes, paralyzed. He told them he was being swatted, but instead they bum rushed his house and shot him and made this terrible mistake. $176 million mistake, possibly, maybe more. A second one has come to light, not knowing every single detail about it yet, but being that it is coming from and supposed to be directly related to Carlos. Rio Rico, you guys know the Rio Rico situation. Daniel Maddox also, he said that they are possibly lawsuits might be dropping. They have been detained. Daniel Maddox was only detained, and he never gave them his name because they didn't ask. They delivered to Nogales, Mexico. That is their delivery route, Domsey. Nogales.
That's one of my rabbit holes, girl. Carlos
Mexico.
is one of my rabbit holes.
License plate
84-year-old
readers.
woman.
License plate readers all over. Target, probably. They flock camera picked him up talking about Daniel Maddox. Okay. Same situation kind of had with Carlos with the going around tracking him with the job. Remember, because they were doing DoorDash that night. Remember, he said that his lady was doing DoorDash and he was with her. And the kids, I think she had a kid or two, or they were in the house. Going back, that was at the very beginning. You guys can correct me on that. This is just me observing and taking a guess at it. Nano still, and this is something that sat in my craw, he still never used the interstate connection. He never used it. It is so simple to do, to get every word out to truckers on the interstates after something has just happened. It's like they doing the silver alerts now. They're doing the Amber alerts, and God love Amber that started those. Amber Attiker, I think. Or Atker. I read about her not too long ago to you guys. Nanos never used that. That has absolutely been something in my side. Why wouldn't you do that? If they're going to take her 12 hours away like they're stating, you could have been ahead of them. Because the 12 hours around the globe, like I was talking on JLR yesterday, excuse me, going around in a circle, basically, north, south, east, west, they're all major hubs. Houston, down into Mexico, Chihuahua, Mexico, a coastal border of Mexico, deep into Mexico, by the way, 12 hours. 12 hours, Salt Lake City, major hub. Could have made a phone call to, I know they have an FBI, a main location there. They have law enforcement there. They have county law enforcement there. Very could have made a call there. Very easy. Monterey Peninsula, California to the west, 12 hours. Could have called down to Monterey, Chico, any of those, and notified the chief of police and or the captain and or the sheriff. These he did not do. These were never talked about. But very simple to do as a somebody that's in charge in law enforcement. That should have been done. Why did they say early on, Nanos No said, we're running out of leads. We are running out of leads. He sat right at that desk and said, we don't have any ideas, but we're trying. Now you're arresting people out there that do and have come up with some really great ideas. Maybe they haven't all been implemented at that moment, but they were implemented prior to. Why did you want to give that person a permit and make them have a permit to have people search a desert? Why would you do that? No. That sounds crazy to me. They're not a professional outfit, a professional unit. They are just people in a community that want to help. You turned it down unless they got permits, and you didn't tell them that until they all had gathered on a weekend when you could get the permit Monday through Friday. I remember these details. I remember that you weren't very forthcoming. You weren't very wanting people to search. It's funny because we've had all these unjust, unsolved crimes. And in a lot of these crimes, they have gathered at vigils and gotten together search parties. And even the person that has done the crime at times is right in the middle of that search party.
I've heard of that.
It looks crazy. It looks absolutely nuts to a lot of us that this has not been taken care of well. Hi, Bruce. Bruce, nephew Bruce from the Philippines. Hi, sweetheart. And Aspen says, why get rid of the only one that can fly the chopper? Now, or how can that not be international timing? Nanos knows. Aspen, you're so right. How many people came forward also with their helicopters and saying, this is what I do for a living. I'd love to jump in and be able to see what I can do. And they were turned down, and one of them was a really nice female. And she flew. And she was offering her services. The Cajun Navy. But here I see them helping with something else that they just helped with. Like, it's just, why didn't you want help?
Nickie, do you remember when Jim went out searching and he met that woman who owned a ranch?
Yes.
And she knew nothing about Nancy Guthrie.
Nothing.
And she even volunteered. I think they had an airplane or something that they were like, well, we could help search.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. But he said no.
How do 60% of the people in Tucson not know about Nancy
Look
Guthrie?
at the drones they had to take down. They had to bring them down.
You're right.
They didn't like the drones.
Why? Why?
Mm-hmm. Because something is amiss here. Something is right in our faces. I feel it in my belly button, in my gut, that they went back to that house because there's a reason they're back at that house. They didn't just go with fresh eyes. Fresh eyes is great. They don't want her found. Yes, Jim. Jim's saying it right. Like, give it to us straight with no sugar,
Preach,
no
Jim,
butter,
preach.
no nothing.
Yeah.
You know, Jim, absolutely.
Crazy.
And that's what the public can't swallow, Jim. But this is the narrative they're trying to give us to end this. They're trying to end this on us. We're not dumb. We know this. When he says, oh, I think we've ran out of leads, then all of a sudden in his next, out of this side of his cheek, he says, oh, we've got fresh eyes. This isn't over. This is alive and active. What? You just reported to that this was running out of ideas, just like these go into cold cases and unsolved, because I've read so much about them, because when I will tell the stories, I want to know. And the reason they go that way is because detectives give up at the end. They say there's nothing else that they can come up with. They run out of it. They literally go off. Detectives are the last resort. Once they say they've called it, it's called. And then it goes into the other pile. And it's not right. And Jim's right. I feel that they're trying to shove this in that pile. And they want me to bring her name up every single year.
Can I ask you something?
You can ask me whatever you want to. Actually, I'm going to go and walk the dog in a second, being funny. And I'm going to let you handle this for a second, if you don't mind. And I'll go to the restroom and let my dog out real quick. But I want you to totally take over with where we're at with these lawsuits and everything. Go. You got it, girlfriend.
Do you think that they don't want to find Nancy's body because of the evidence that they could find, like a bullet in the head or a bullet in the sternum? Because then it would be murder. Then it wouldn't be an essay, potentially. And then it wouldn't be a kidnapping for ransom if they found lead on her.
They want this case forgotten. Exactly, Jim. That's what they're trying to do, is deaden it. They're trying to deaden this case. And Dom, you're absolutely right with what you say. And I want to take it and go one more step. We just heard the story about with Monk. I took it down. I recited it in the best I can in my own words the other day. And it was the 60-year-old gentleman that lived in Chino. I think it's Chino. And he was unalived. And he was the sole provider for his home. And his life was taken by Jam Kang Bao. And it was only taken because he was a middleman. He knew something. He witnessed something. So he was taken literally out, this 60-year-old man, because he knew something and they needed him to be gone because they didn't want him to go to court. He literally was going to have to go to court. This was actually on ABC 7. And this Jam Kang Bao was a property owner of apartments. And something about the gentleman that was 60 years old, I'm trying to find the page, I have it, there it is, Mr. Akbar was 60 years old. He was the sole provider for his 4 daughters and his wife. This is Monk's story that he was letting us know about. It was 2 men waiting for him. They cut the lights out inside of his home, so he would have to come out to check his power breaker and his power box. So when he came out is when they jumped him and they put him in the trunk of the car. And also they shot him. And then as a reminder, Monk wanted to say that this was just a reminder of that this is possibly could be something that she saw or something that she knew, and didn't necessarily have to be about the money. It could be about her knowledge. And when I really listened to this very, very carefully, and then I thought to myself, he's absolutely right. It could be something that Nancy knew and that they didn't need her to be here because of what she knew. And so maybe they said she's getting a little crazy in the brain. Maybe they were the ones perceiving the scenario that maybe she was losing it a little bit. So then they called out to seniors and disabilities, and they said, you know what? I'm going to need you to do a well check because I think that my friend or I think that my family member might be missing some things. She's kind of making some things up. And there's some things I get confused about that they say or she says. So I want you to, if there's a way that we can have a care facility person come out and check her to see if she's beyond, maybe needs a facility, maybe we could have that person come out. And they came out, but they came out too late. And I think that's why that card was in the door. I think someone called, and I don't think it was her. I think someone else called because they either wanted to make her sound like she didn't have all her scruples. So if something she knew came out, they could poo-poo it away and say, oh, well, you know, she's not been right for a while in the head, or she's had some mishaps, so she's probably a little confused. I've been thinking about that. and with these facilities and these assisted living and just that whole kind of concept. I was just thinking, could somebody have made a anonymous well check? You don't have to tell who you are to make a well check.
You can do it anonymously, yes.
Yep, you can. So could that person have done something, a well check, but they're really an involved person into this case, and they did a well check and they had that person come out because that person couldn't have known that this was going on. They didn't know, because otherwise they wouldn't have put that card into that door. If they thought she was there or was coming back with maybe a family member or something, they'd have put the card in the door for the family member or Nancy to pick up. But if they thought she wasn't there, they would have never put that card in the door.
I agree.
That's another thing that nobody's really sat on. They've mentioned it several times. Streamers have mentioned it a lot, about the card. But they never worked on this scenario of it, that someone could have wanted her to be tested for her capacity and where she was with her memory, because they could have used it against her if they did have to go to court or they did have to prove something that it was theirs now. It's their word against somebody that's now, I'm sorry, they have a couple mishaps. So now it goes to a judge or goes in a court. And now either family, friends, the abductor, whoever that has something to gain from this, now tells a judge and shows them the results of, look, we've had to have somebody come out and do a well check. And we've had to call because we're just not sure. Her mobility is a little rough, but her capacity might be a little, we find some holes in some of her stories. Super easy.
Great cover too.
Super easy to cover yourself with something like that.
100%, because it's documented. The reason why we're doing the well check is because a friend, a family member, an anonymous person said that she was losing her mentation. Mm-hmm. So you can't believe anything that someone losing their mind says, can you?
Yes, I think so. Inspired Michelle. And the people that took her realized the wellness check was called in. Yep, because if you realize, you guys, excuse me, when we saw the guy on the porch, how many times have we gone over that immensely? Hi, Rhonda. Talk. She couldn't confide in them. I believe so, Rhonda. There could have been something just a miss, because they're all older too. So it could have been a miss there somewhere. And so somebody could have said something to somebody, and somebody said, let me call and let's do a well check on her and make sure she's okay. It's not a difficult thing to have done, but nobody's really touched this part of it, that this could be, have something to do with this in this angle of it, because the card, you guys, wasn't on the door when the porch guy is there. The card comes later. Hi, Rhonda. She says, hi, Dom C. From Rhonda. It's Rhonda L911.
Oh, hi, Rhonda.
I love that 911. I think that's so cool. There's a mountain 2144. Dang, spell check. It's okay, sweetheart. But you see what I'm saying? There's another direction. And I haven't even done this direction on ENT Buddy's show. This is something I just been sitting on, digging around, looking at, and saying why there's been really no focus on it. We've mentioned it, but we've never gotten down to the cost of facilities, to this scenario. Could someone have made a wellness check on her? Could it? Oh, it's your birthday, Rhonda. It's her birthday, Rhonda L911. Happy birthday.
Happy
Can I have
birthday.
balloons? Can I get balloons in the chat for Rhonda L911? Anybody that can do balloons or hearts, anything festive for her birthday would be beautiful. Okay,
That's
in the
awesome.
earlier days, there was a particular young man that came back. Yes, I remember that. Thank you. Thank you guys for saying happy birthday. It's Rhonda. Yes, Sheila's giving you hugs. I wish we knew who called too. Maine, I wish we did too, sweetie. But you see, they could do it anonymously. We're talking to an RN right here. She's telling us. And that's why this is such a good combo, because she can give us it from that other side of things, you know? And balloons. Thank you, Bruce. Thank you. They're for Rhonda. Rhonda, I hope you see the balloons and the happy birthdays. Thank you, guys. You guys are the best.
Well, do you want me to play a little monk video while you take the dog out?
I would love for you to do that. You feel comfortable?
I've got his latest video. Yeah, I'll do my disclaimer and I'll keep stopping it and
no,
talking.
You can do, as long as you can get it up there and stuff and you feel comfortable with it. I love that.
Oh, I've gotten good at the video
and
thing.
We're gonna go, we'll probably go another half an hour, you guys, just because we started a little late and I want to make sure everything that she says she gets out. And then we'll continue this, and then we'll start learning how we can interact with the chat and bring you guys in. And this is going to be a process, but this is something I think is necessary for, I wish and I pray for all the states that have the different streamers in their state that get along. I would love to see them do this occasionally, at least. We're starting this.
Yeah.
We can always go to a once a month thing or whatever, because we're all going to start getting busier. She's got a busy job. You know, I have my little side jobs because I'm going to get these teeth fixed. Radiation killed these, Dom.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I believe
they got,
that.
and my thyroid, honey. So it went like here is where I wasn't protected.
Shit.
Yeah. So here's where they missed. They missed on me. So, but it's okay, because that's why I told you guys. That's why I decided to work for it and earn it. And I've always done it myself and tried to earn things, but I'm not doing this myself. You guys are here. You guys are helping me. And I'm so grateful for all of you. But that's a goal for me. You know, I'm going to have to start getting them pulled. It's getting to that point of being crucial. You know, what else do I want to do for myself with YouTube is pay for my medicine. That's my other goal. Like, my goals are not huge. But they're goals to live, you know? So I just wanted you guys to know, because I always want to keep it up front and very honest. And even Dom C, she's been a blessing to me and blessed me at different times. And I can't even tell her what that's meant, because she's given me blessings when I didn't have a blessing from anybody on here. And all of a sudden she just popped up with a blessing. And it's just, it makes a difference for people that really don't expect it, you know? And everybody's
we're here to bless each other.
You know? We're here for really things that, you know, and mine is to keep myself alive and try to keep myself presentable, you know, for the world, you know, because I know the world looks at us in different ways, and we already have enough judgment, you know? So I just want to be always honest. And Jim, I'm glad you're in here. And Dom, you take over, okay, baby? You got both now. It's on you. So if you see Dee Dee come in, just tell her I took a little, you know, I had to do that, and then dog. And bless you. Thank you for letting me do that. That's why it's cool when you do with other people, because you have the option to be able to do it. Let me just throw these 10.
I need to make sure that it'll share on yours before you leave.
Yeah, no problem. It should, because we're entwined now. Shibby's back in, so if you need to ask Shibby, he's right here, honey. There you are. You just came in. You want me to put it up for you when I go? It's right here on the backstage.
Yeah, it's not releasing on mine.
It probably will if I start playing it, because I'm probably the starting string.
Correct.
See?
Yeah. Let's see if I can control it while you put it up.
Thank you, Aspen. Love you too, honey. Love all of you guys. Jim Survival, thank you. It's such an honor to have you in here, Jim. And Shibby, always an honor, honey. And Ted today, honor. Okay, so here I go, and I'll see you guys in just a few. Dom C, love you, honey, and see you in a minute.
Sounds good, honey.
Okay, sweetie. How long about is this, honey? Just so I make
it's
sure.
It's a 13-minute video.
Perfect. Okay, here we go. And she can stop it and narrate it a little bit for you guys.
Yeah, that's what I'm going to do, because I haven't seen it either, so you're going to get my live reaction.
And Dom controls the play and the pause and the zoom. Okay, Brenda says, I start it, then you get to do the pause, the play, the zoom.
Perfect.
Thank you, Brenda.
Thank you, Brenda.
Chibi says, the only one that can do it is Dee Dee because she's the administrator. No, it's in the back right now. I can pull it and put it on the stage. Puts it on the stage. It's good. Okay, honey. Thank you, Sheb. Always thank you. Okay, so I'm going to take me down. Just take my camera off. I'm still here. You hear me?
We hear you.
And then I'm going to start this up for you, my darling.
Okay, I can see it. Can you guys see it? So this is Monk's disclaimer, and good for him. He says that the content presented in this video is intended solely for entertainment purposes and should not be considered legal advice in any jurisdiction, blah, 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 blah. We can all read. And so I'm going to say the same thing because of the Fair Use Act. I'm going to use Monk's video as for educational purposes only, and I'm using his entertainment for our education. How's that?
Very calm ocean, then any type of news is going to feel like a tidal wave, I guess you could say. And for the past couple of weeks, I mean, it almost feels like there's something going on in the background, right? Like there's some type of movement. For example, ever since Brianna Whitney gave us what the ransom notes essentially said, it wasn't word for word, but it gave us an idea enough to dissect. Now, as of recent, this is the official statement released by Sheriff Chris Nanos, which I first saw in a post by Juanita Adame, going to show that sometimes getting our news from our little community is very valuable and time efficient at times, because we can't, just peruse the internet and news.
Now, has anybody read that memo that got sent out? I was amazed and dazzled by how much it said nothing. It was regurgitation and a stall tactic maybe, or just an excuse of, hey, we got nothing, but we gave you a statement. Here you go. Here's your prize. I'm checking the chat to see if anybody says anything. Monks like Chris all over tomatoes. Yeah, I know. I have a week off from the family, so no comment.
News outlets all the time. I appreciate that, fellow armchair detective. So this is what that official statement released by Sheriff Nanos is going to say, okay? PCSD and the FBI have been working together for the past 6 months. Now, I feel like there's an editorial error here, so allow me to fix that for Nanos. It should say PCSD and the FBI have been working together for the past 5 months and 27 days to locate Nancy Guthrie. Okay, there. That sounds a lot more accurate. Now, I can't imagine that not everyone caught this part, because it jumped out to me the first time that I read it. 2 videos recovered from Nancy's doorbell camera, maybe from 2 separate days. 2 videos. Now, from our plants video, I'm confident that we already figured out that it was.
If you haven't seen his plant video, please go to his site and look at it. It convinced me that the 2 pictures of the porch guy were from 2 different days. And I don't know if he'll explain it here because I haven't seen this video yet. But like every good woman, I'm going to interrupt this man and then let him finish. It's a joke.
It's clearly from another night if that wilting cactus has anything to say about this, but 2 videos? Now, Sheriff Nanos has essentially said, nah, I got more evidence than you can see. Well, from this release statement, is he dropping clues for us that part of that secret evidence is footage from that prior night? Now, the porch guy footage came to us in segments. Okay, I personally have 3 segments of the porch guy video that I had to put together myself. Now, I'm thinking that's only because of the way Nancy's Nest camera clipped the footage. It segmented it that way, but essentially it's one video of one event. Just to say that I doubt Nanos is suggesting that that video is 2 videos because of the way it's clipped. And you know what? If you think about it, it wouldn't be far-fetched to imagine that since Google extracted that solitary thumbnail, maybe they were also able to extract, more footage from that night as well, right? And if that's the case, then what is it about that footage even the FBI feels should not be disclosed to us? I think we should start taking any type of scenarios that the sheriff puts out a little more seriously. And this is why, because if we have a bead on his personality correctly, then he definitely is a man who makes bold statements, does not like to be corrected, and would love to solve this case himself.
Well, that's an understatement. Bold personality. And yeah, I personally think that he wants this case solved as far as getting it off of his back, but I feel he doesn't care because he's going to blame the FBI. Well, they took over the case. This was interstate or whatever excuse he's going to make, and the DNA. We're waiting for that to come back. It hasn't come back. It was inconclusive. How is that my fault? I've done everything. I threw all my resources. He's going to double talk and word salad his way out of it until he gets arrested for something, please. But that's just me. I hate listening to him talk, but we'll listen to Monk, though, because I love Monk.
And what has he corrected lately? A pretty major one.
The 2 folks we saw detained in February, have they been completely ruled out at this point?
Nobody's completely ruled out.
Nobody's
completely ruled out.
No one is off the table. That no one is cleared. Not Carlos, not Luke, not the family. Now he drops that there are 2 videos. Okay. I mean, that's quite the thing to think about, isn't it? After all this time, after 6 months. So I would say, let's get our collective brains thinking about this, because what could it possibly be in that second footage that we aren't allowed to see just yet? Proof there are 2 people, maybe even proof that is a completely different person, right? So honestly, with this press release, okay, unless Nanos does not run anything by a...
I never even thought of that they might have had video, like he's saying, of 2 people, and they're withholding that because they don't want us to know that there's 2 perps. And then at least we'd be looking for 2 people. Or, maybe one person will unalive the other person so that they can't tell that they were there with them. So that was interesting. And I love how he superimposed those 2 pictures together. And I stopped because of the Fair Use Act as well. So
a proofreader, a PIO, or he just doesn't simply double check his own work, which is completely possible. If the micromanager accusations are true, then there really is nothing leading us to believe anything different than what he says, right? That there is 2 videos recovered from Nancy's doorbell camera, which we will definitely be thinking about. But let's go ahead and continue reading. Okay, so we have blah, blah, blah. We are asking for the public's continued assistance, right?
Can I get monks for copyright? I mean, I use blah, 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 and now he's using blah, blah, blah. I'm going to continue.
He just has a funny way of showing it. Now, I personally found this checklist that was created highly intriguing, and that is pretty much what to look for in that 5'9" to 5'10" buddy of yours. Allow me to remind you that if Nanos is actually dropping breadcrumbs, you know, to sound smart later, once the culprit is actually caught, breadcrumbs about what he actually knows, then I think we should take the upcoming checklist very seriously, right? As an insight to what he actually knows. So first he listed mood changes, displays of anxiety, nervousness, or irritability. Okay, it sounds solid so far. Next, change of physical appearance, hair color or cut, growth or removal of facial hair. Now, I find it a bit odd that Nanos chose to be so detailed about hair color or cut when he could just simply say change of hairstyle or facial hair. So it's not a complaint from me. I just find it intriguing that he chose to specify these things.
Yeah, but here's the problem. I don't think Nanos even thinks about what he says when he's saying it. Yesterday, when I was talking to Chris Talks Truth and Bruce, I had mentioned that I think that the FBI task force and even the detectives on this case aren't giving him full updates because he's a knucklehead and he's going to accidentally say something, you know, to make himself look like a big shot because he's not letting the PIO, whose job it is to do press conferences, do the interviews that need to be done. So I think I've interviewed Monk enough. We should be able to watch the rest of this. And yeah, Shibi, I saw that you want to correct Monk on his timeline, but I'm not going to.
So allow me to point out the growth of facial hair part, because this is something that I personally speculate the perp did once the caper was over, right? I tend to think that it's more likely that this character trimmed his mustache for the crime and then laid low until it finally grew back. Now, the third thing that he listed really popped out to me as well, because we made a whole video about it. And that is an injury that could narrow down who the porch guy is. And in that video, we pointed out that the dude's right hand seemed puffy and possibly injured because he used it to pretty much just lay it on the Nest camera. Nothing else really, right? It lacked any normal movement, pretty much just, you know, in the claw position the whole time. Now, if PCSD detectives did not come to the same conclusions as we did about that right hand, then what was it about the crime scene inside and outside Nancy's house that led them to make such a statement about an injury, enough to put it on this list? This makes me wonder if they did find signs of a pretty major struggle, okay? And that might explain why Nancy's watch was at the foot of the bed on the floor. That is.
I talked about that in one of my videos about how the watch got on the floor. And, you know, I'm obsessed. Those of you who are subscribed to me and listen, I'm rubbing my temples because, you know, I'm obsessed with the Apple Watch and the technology with the Apple Watch. So if Nancy was wearing it to bed to monitor her temperature, mainly her temperature, because her heart rate, you know, she's got a pacemaker. So, and her sleep pattern, it tells you how well you slept and stuff. And when she got up, if the guy took the watch and ripped it off of her, could he have scratched her fragile skin and she was bleeding from the arm? But then someone had said that they thought that the blood that was at the front door was blood that was coughed up and spat, you know, onto the walkway. But old people, man, when they get their skin ruptured and they're on blood thinners and they have fragile skin, put an IV in wrong and they'll have hematoma, blood under the skin. I'd say probably like 6 inches. And then if that skin sloughs off, you got a lot of blood. You got to get the wound nurse in. You got to get all sorts of stuff going on. So if someone ripped that watch off of her and then it ended up at the foot of the bed, I don't know how they determined that the blood spatter at the front door was coughed out. I would think that if she had an injury on her arm, it would have dripped when they carried her out. But I'll do a little more research because I want to know for sure, not speculation. We'll go back to Monk.
Is a very odd place to find that watch, which one commenter pointed out named Stakeholder, which I personally think is a very interesting thing to take some time to think about, which we may go over later. And it's things like that that just makes me wonder if the authorities actually have someone in their crosshairs, someone that they possibly observed early on in Nancy's disappearance as having an injury. Or maybe it has something to do with that mixed blood that they're still analyzing that has not come back yet. Okay, so don't forget, the hair follicle came back, the one without a root. Okay, that does not point to any specific suspect, but that mixed blood, the review on that, well, it is mixed. Next is normal routine changes. Okay, certain things like missing work. Now, if you were to ask me, I would suspect that the culprit took some sort of bereavement leave. Okay, now the rest of this checklist of observable changes actually aligns with everything I'd expect the culprit to do, such as sudden departure from the area, vehicle repair, or should I say vehicle repair.
Well, he's talking about taking the time off. What if the guy scheduled the kidnapping, unaliving, going to Nancy's house right before his vacation started? He was taking a week off, February 1st through the 7th. Then nobody would have noticed that he was gone. And depending on the nationality, my son can shave, and he's half Italian, but I think facially hair, he's full Italian because he can grow his beard back, not in a week, but pretty darn quickly. And then, my husband shaves and it'll take him 3 months to grow his mustache back. So maybe the perp was on a week's vacation. I haven't heard that yet. Breaking news. No, I'm kidding. Sorry, I like to joke a lot. You'll get used to my sense of humor if you listen to me longer. I'm a goofball. And I want to make sure that Nickie doesn't get dinged for this video. So that's why I'm commentating so much, because I don't know how long you can play a video with the Fair Use Act. So since I'm a guest on her channel, I want to be extra, extra, extra careful.
Unexplained interest or disinterest in Nancy's neighborhood. Disinterest is the box I check here. And it ends with unexplained knowledge of the situation, which I would like to alter just a tad to just knowledge of the situation, of the crime scene. And let me read you this part as well, okay? In some cases, there are times when people who may have knowledge initially do not come forward. This may be due to their close relationship with those who might be involved, as well as a concern for their own safety, reputation, or standing in the community and amongst their friends. It is not too late to come forward. I think, ladies and gentlemen, we have been keyed in to the psychology conveyed to Savannah early on. I would say it would explain why she chooses to make these plea videos talking the way she does, okay? Solely addressing the need for someone to do the right thing. So, I mean, the way she talks is no longer a mystery to me, at least. However, there is still a part of me that feels that even as naive as she chooses to appear, because I do believe she has a facade that she has to keep up, okay? There has to be something in the back of her mind that nags her, but it would just be too heartbreaking to explore. Let me just say it like this. You'll be hard pressed to convince me that a media trained lawyer, as smart and savvy as a Savannah Guthrie, doesn't know what Dr. Gary Brucato has stated for us in the past.
Who? Oh, maybe he's got a. I just paused it because as women, we notice these things. Ladies, do you think Savannah's aged like 5 years in the last 6 months? I mean, I've saw pictures of her because I never watched her show, but I mean, she looked better last year. That's stress. Stress can really age you and can put a real bad dent in your skin. Anyway, since we only have 2 minutes left, I don't have to pause it. So I think we're good with the Fair Use Act.
Up to 92%, according to some reports, up to 92% of people who are killed in the United States know their killer in some way.
So my name is Monks. Now, I've said before that language is very important when it concerns these ransom notes. And along with PCSD's statements that we just went through, they were also attached to the actual ransom notes. Another ripple in that ocean that just decided to come out 6 months later. So the part that I wanted to point out is I noticed that buried in nature is the actual words. Okay, now whereas buried with nature was what we were told previously. So with that, if the apologetic sentiment is real in that second note, that this writer wants to convey the truth, right, essentially, then buried in nature would firmly suggest that Nancy is buried deep in the ground out there somewhere in the vast desert, as opposed to just being dumped out there in nature. Just wanted to clarify that part. Now, go protect the ones that you love, and don't forget to love the ones that protect you.
That was interesting. Yeah, the buried with nature versus buried in nature. That's what Nickie was talking about earlier. You know, when someone said buried in nature, I'm thinking mulch, under a pile of mulch. With nature, wood pile or out in a field. But it's the desert, so I guess you're in nature if you're buried in the desert too. So let's see what Nickie's chat's got to say, because if not, all you're going to get are a bunch more nursing stories. No, I'm kidding. Well, kind of. Brenda says, I can't click on her stuff, but I'll just read it. I sometimes wonder if the blood on the porch is from a previous incident, like say Nancy fell, and that's how her back was bad. Yeah, that's very possible. I don't know if they can age blood. That's an interesting, I could probably ask one of the pathologists at the hospital and find out if there's a drop of blood on a sidewalk. Do you know if it was from a month ago or from, a day ago? I don't know, especially with the heat there, and it would dry so quickly. But if it was wet, then maybe it was fresh. Good question though, Brenda. Maine Coon says the blood was down the hallway too. I think it's the walkway. The blood was down the walkway too. Yeah, I think that they were saying that it was down. So the walkway, and then it veered off on a different direction. So was she bleeding from the arm like I think? Was she, bleeding out the nose like some people say? Was she in a fireman's hold up over the back of somebody's shoulder and she was bleeding down that way? I mean, we don't know. We don't know what we don't know what we don't know. I say that all the time because I don't know. I haven't been given enough information to come to any type of conclusion. Pick her on your own time. So Jim Survival says, Savannah is not the princess she portrays to be. Yeah, I don't know anything about her to make any judgment. Yesterday, when we were talking about, was it yesterday or the day before? When I was talking about giving grace to the Guthrie family for a week, because it hit me all of a sudden on the first when I was doing my presentation on Nancy Guthrie's life. She was born and raised in Kentucky, and she met her husband on a blind date at a basketball game at college. I still smile when I think of that story. It must have been so sweet. She got married, she had the 3 kids, and then moved to Australia. And then her husband unfortunately died in 1988. And then 2 years later, she got a job at the university. She had really great accomplishments at the university, but she did it to earn money, but she also did it so her kids could go to college with reduced tuition. So I think about all the information that I found about Nancy and the videos that we see from the Today Show and the pictures that you see online, and they look like a loving, caring family. And then I reflected back to when my father passed away, almost 30 years ago. And it was brutal. It was brutal when my dad died. My brothers surrounded me because, okay, this is morbid and nobody laugh out loud. Laugh to yourselves, but don't laugh out loud. My oldest brother said he stood by me because he was terrified that I was going to throw myself into my dad's casket and they were going to have to pull me out. And he says, good thing Dad's getting cremated because we didn't want to have to fish you out from the grave hole. And I was like, yeah, you probably would have had to. I mean, my father and I was so close. So I think about the grief that I had, with my dad. And that was 30 years ago. And there are times I can't, my throat is starting to close because I have that voice box dysfunction, So what about them? I mean, their mom disappeared 6 months ago. And, I raised my hand when I dissed them. Yes. I said, why aren't they looking? Why aren't they doing flyers? Why aren't they doing billboards? Why? And then I was like, ugh, it hit me on August 1st. Maybe Annie can't get out of bed like I couldn't in the beginning when my dad passed. Thank goodness, my husband's a rock and, took care of everything and, our daughter. And, luckily she had a birthday 2 weeks later. So that got me out of bed and got me back involved in life. And then I had to go back to work. Like Savannah, I had to go back to work because we have bills to pay. And so that's why I have this grace week of not talking negatively about the family, because I remember my personal grief. And I'm sure a lot of you have got stories of personal grief as well. So that's what I'm just trying to remember for this 1 week. I mean, Saturday, the gloves are off. But for this 1 week, I wanted to have grace and not discuss them being involved at all. I want to pretend that they're a grieving family. And maybe they are. Maybe they are. This grieving family that they lost their mom and their grandmom and, their auntie. And how horrible that has to be. And I don't know if Nancy would want us to discuss it the way I do, in private or with my friends and stuff like that. I think Nancy would have her family's back because she loved them. I mean, from the information that I found on the internet, Nancy, boots on the ground, go-getter, wanted to make her community a better place, was helpful in the education of young people to get them involved with the university. Nancy was a wonderful person, and I can't imagine that she didn't raise good kids. And unless there's proof that one of them did something, I don't think that she wanted us to talk about them. But, Nancy, I love you, but I got to go through all the speculation and all the theories. But 1 week of grace. We got 1 week of grace. Our lovely Miss Nickie is back. Now I could go potty.
You can. We'll probably not be on too much longer. You were doing such a great job. I just kind of stood back in the background and listened to your stories. And
I wanted to stop enough times
you
because
did a great job.
yeah, I didn't want you to get dinged for the, the video usage thing.
No, you did fine. Like, and D, if there's anything weird or wacky, D will fix it.
Okay,
Dee, shout out to Dee. She's got a lot of things going on today. So she just kind of is trying to help. She's around, though. She's listening. I'm judged, especially by people who don't know me. But truthfully, not being judgmental is hard. JW941, you're absolutely correct. It is almost impossible for a lady who does her very best to honor God. Yeah, I can stand in the mirror and count. I have to use toes. I have to use hands, toes. Sometimes I have to count my eyelashes, let those count. Because I've made so many mistakes from the time I wake up to the time I go to bed, and I still think I'm a great person. But you can't help it. We're humans, and all we can do is the best that we can do. And if we're doing that, then we're doing what anyone can expect of us, and then some. If we're not doing that, and we're not grateful for waking up every day, and we get up and we start arguing with our spouse, our significant other, our children, this, that, or the other thing, then where's your life? Where are you? Where are you in life? You can only look yourself in the mirror and test yourself to ask yourself, hey, where am I in life? Am I where I want to be? Can I look myself in the eye in the mirror? Do I like what I see? Or can I make some really strong improvements, but I still can like what I see? I just know I can add to it and make it a little bit better. You know what I mean? But JW, thank you for interacting. I'm always asking for forgiveness. No kidding. And God is good. God will give it to us because God is forgiving. And Buddha's forgiving. And whatever else you believe in, the earth,
right,
the stars, the moon, whatever is forgiving, because
all
your gods have it. All our worshiping has it. Go ahead, take over.
No, I just wanted to say is we have to learn grace, because we all have bad days. Sometimes we have bad weeks. Sometimes we have bad months and bad years. And
years. Are we saying? Did you say years?
Sometimes years. We have bad
5
years.
years treatment. So let's just say 5 years.
So, if I don't eat, I get cranky and I say things that aren't nice. If I am hormonal, I get cranky and I say things that aren't nice. And I know that about myself. But I have to give myself grace. I can't beat myself up every time I say something nasty. I mean, I apologize, and because I really don't mean it. No, sometimes I mean it. But I mean,
stop it. Because I always say I don't apologize unless I mean it.
I know. I'm just kidding. I like to make people laugh.
I know. And I like, what I like about you, your dry sense of humor.
Yeah.
Because you have to figure out if she's joking or not.
Yeah.
Because I'm like that. And I've gotten that forever. So I love it. I think it's cool because you're testing me and I'm like that.
It's but something you have to learn. You have to learn because how many years, you know,
Mary,
have
thank you for
each of us
being
beat
here.
ourselves up for things that we did and didn't do. And, you know, we're constantly hitting ourselves on the back. And, you know, you get to a certain age where you're like, that water is under the bridge. I'm never going to swim that far again. I
And you
can't get
already
it.
stepped over the bridge. Why do you have to go
It's
back
done.
and forth to the other
It's
side
done.
and just keep doing
Yeah.
this?
Yeah. I finally figured that out, you know, after
I did too.
X
It's
amount of
taken me
years
till I'm 57 years
and,
old.
and a full year of therapy, but I
It's
figured it
taken me
out.
this long, baby. It's
Once
taken
the
me
water's
this
under the
long.
bridge, I can't go back and get it. I
Yeah.
can wipe up the spilt milk, but I can't put it back in the bottle.
No,
I mean, if
because
I
time
squeeze
doesn't
the
wait
rag,
for
I can,
anybody.
but not all of it.
It does not wait for anybody at any time.
Exactly.
When my mother lost my stepfather, I was in the car with her, and I don't even know why we let her drive. But she was driving fine, so, you know, no complaints. She drove. I was in the seat next to her in the passenger seat, and we were stopped at a light, a red light. And she turned and looked at me. We were just leaving the funeral home, and we were all arguing with her to let us drive, and she wanted to drive. So she just turned and she looked at me in the car because I was right there next to her. She said, "Honey?" I said, "Yeah." She said, "How come everybody's not stopping?" And I could hear in her voice and everything, it was like she was like a little kid, not sounding like a little kid, but like a little kid questioning the world. Yes, she had lost grandparents when she was young, but she had never really had a lot of deaths in her family or around her until she was widowed. And my mother's not been widowed once. She's been widowed a couple times. So I've always given her the question of, how in the world can you do that? Because kids don't understand half the time, you know. And I have my dad, you know, Nick, that's the golf pro, and then I had the judge. I was good. Now, whatever she wanted to do as we're all adults and doing our own lives, hey, mom, do your thing. But the problem is she's older. So when she's doing her thing, she has a limited amount of time with that person to do it, no matter what they do. And they literally would rub each other's feet every single night in front of one of their shows. When the judge would get home and mom was done with the golf course and all the people and all that, and they were on their downtime, like their home time, they would rub each other's feet while they were watching one of their favorite shows. And one of them was, and I'll never forget this because I could not believe my dad loved this show so much. And we didn't know it at the time until probably a year into the show on its second season or something like that. Then we kind of started figuring it out. But him and my mom loved the show Touched by an Angel with Della Reese. And they just, yeah. And a lot of times you would catch them, if it was on, you would definitely catch them during that. I mean, they were just such an awesome couple that I had to accept that, hey, mom's moved on. And she got to accept who you love, so you have to accept who she loves, Nick. You're grown. She's your mom for life, but you're on your own. You got to let her do what she wants. You remember that show, JW? Yeah, it was beautiful. Hi, Hebe, a.k.a. Heather B. How you doing, sweetheart? Yeah, it was a beautiful show, and they loved it, and you just never thought you'd see this guy that was such a respectable, like, just, yeah, you just didn't know that he was into those shows. But my mom loved it, so he'd give it a chance. You know, it was their time. together. We didn't really bother them during that, you know. For like a couple hours a day in the evenings, we left them alone, you know. And it wasn't because they asked us to. We just did it because we knew how busy they were. And yeah, we just wanted to be good kids, and I wanted to be a good kid. I didn't care about the rest of them. They could do whatever. They were, you know, but I wanted to be, you know, I was the last one with them for the long period of time. And I just wanted to soak up all the knowledge, you know, because I really wanted to be in the world. I wanted to have a job. I wanted to jump in the world. I wanted to coach a couple sports for some little kids. I wanted to do all this other stuff at 18. And, you know, I didn't want to be a disappointment, you know, because I wasn't taking scholarships, you know, in sports to colleges. You know, I didn't want that to be held over my head, basically, I guess you could say. So I just always tried to give back, you know. So I was just a good person. And I knew just being a good person that I would have their respect, you know. And my parents would have the utmost respect for me just because I cared about other people. And I cared about a lot of their plights that they had with their friends on causes that they helped with, you know, all that kind of stuff. Golf tournaments have raised a lot of money, guys, for different charities over my lifetime, at least, and even before, you know. So it's just, I can't even, I can only compete with her like this much if I ever did compete with my mother on giving back to the world. Mine's this and hers is this. That doesn't really, yeah. I mean, she's done just, you know, huge scales of things. I've done a couple of huge scales of things, but not consistently like her. And kids have been her focus. So whatever plight is a child's plight, medically, usually medically, educational, she's going for it. And if it's academics too. If it's academics, if it's athletics, if it's health, anything to better a child's life, no hesitation. My mom's never hesitated, not for a second. She's just given, you know. Yeah. So, you know, and I don't expect it to end even when she, you know, gets to meet God, you know, at some point in her life. You know, I know that it's even not going to end there. That she's still, at the end, there's going to be some places that are going to benefit from her being a charitable person, I guess. So, yeah. And I'm prepared for it. You know, I know it's going to happen. I know that it's just inevitable because that's the kind of lady she is, you know. And she raised a completely deaf son. So she gives to the deaf school here every single holiday, every single anniversary, yeah. So they know my mother, even though my brother hasn't gone there for a million years, they do not forget. And my mother just, she won't give up on a cause. So, and I think I feel that with Nancy in some respects. I guess that's what I was trying to get to. Is that we don't give up very easily in our family. And when we set our minds to things like winning golf tournaments or state basketball tournaments, you know, winning things, you know, you put yourself in a mindset. And so when you get all these people yelling at you, trying to get you off your game, you start going in these different directions and you don't stay in the game. And in the game, you can miss the shot, you can make the shot, you can be on the free throw line, you can get fouled. All these things can happen to you in this basketball game. Just like keeping your mind open, but also keeping it focused, like you're trying to win a game. And I had to tell myself that and bring that back out of myself and be like, when I was showing my messing with Chris the other day, showing him my golf, my golf medals and my basketball and volleyball, all that stuff. And, I just brought a couple out just to show him and mess with him because he wants to beat me so bad on the golf course. And it just made me think, Nick, you've done so much. You got to go back to what drives you. Go back to where your focus stays. Go back to where you can focus, but you can take in so much information. People can be calling plays. You're up. You stay there. You know what I mean? You got the knowledge of it. Not only are you playing the game, but you have the knowledge of it. And like I said yesterday on JLR, I think I even told you this, Tom, because we talked. I just said, thanks, Bruce. I just said that this is something that means so much to me because it's not winning a game, because I don't care about the prize. I'm not trying to win a prize. All I'm trying to do, I have a TBI and cancer. I'm trying to show people that you can overcome these things on a positive level. Well, cancer, I'm still, I haven't got the end results yet, but that's okay. I'm still doing it. You know what I mean? But I want to show people you can come back from these things, as worse as the cases can be, comas, all that. You can come back and you can be a person that has something to offer the world. There's so many people out here with disabilities, and just because you don't see the disability doesn't mean they don't have it. Or because you can see the disability doesn't mean they can't do anything that you can't do. I learned that. I've learned that several times in my life because our families had several people with disabilities. So it's just one of those things again, you got to get your head in the game. Yeah, you can lose focus for a second because this person up in these stands yelled at you and got you out your game a little bit. So you might have missed the shot, but you got to get right back in there because you're not going to fix it unless you shoot. You're not going to fix it unless you get back into the game and keep trying and keep utilizing those things that are hard to utilize sometimes, like your wording and getting the right words to come out. And getting a little frustrated or just a little bit like you need to get it out. You know what I mean? Because you're afraid you're going to forget or you're going to lose sight of what you were trying to say because your brain is trying to forget because mine's short term. Mine's not long term. That's why I can remember things from February 1st, February 2nd, February, because it's more long term. But if you ask me what I just ate 2 hours, 3 hours ago, I cannot tell you. I would have to go back in the kitchen and look around and go, oh yeah, that's what I ate. I'm serious. I'm dead on serious. I mean, it really messes with you, and you've got to overcome these things in life in order to show other people that they can't give up either. That whatever ails them, whatever is happening, there's another side to it. There's always the sun is over here. It's trying to shine for you. But you just got to get out of your own way sometimes. Sometimes we are the worst of our own enemies. I got caught the other day saying it, and somebody got me and corrected me. When I said, dang, I'm so dumb for that one. And they said, why'd you just call yourself dumb? And I said, you're right. I'm smart. I can go get back on the horse. Let me try to get back to it and figure out these nursing homes or assisted living facilities or assisted homes or, let me learn about this so I can pass the words on to other people and it's correct wording. It's not a bunch of dumb, and I'm trying to make the best sense I can. So if you ever hear me get flubbered a little bit in a story or something like that, it's the wording. That's what one of my weakest points, I guess you could say, because I'm not going to call anything else, but something I am working on. And I've worked on for a long time because that's the part of the brain that got hurt, was pronouncing words. So I even went through speech therapy and all of that. So I'm so proud of myself for how far I've come. And I just want other people to know they can be proud of themselves too, especially if they're by themselves. Not saying by themselves as in don't have loved ones and family, but by themselves, you know? And I want people to understand that, and it's okay. And you, if you don't love yourself or like yourself or want yourself to heal, how can you expect anyone else to want it? You just have to be straight honest. And so that's why I'm trying to keep it just 100% as best I can with you guys. But I'm infallible. I mean, I'm not infallible. I make mistakes. And so I'm just trying to be me. I'm just trying to be Nickie. And I think Dom's just trying to be Dom. I think there's some of us that are just trying to be us. The grandma in us, the mom in us, the auntie, or the TT in us. You know what I mean? All that. Gretchen, love you, hon. So glad to see you. And thanks for being a member. Thank you, sweetheart. So, yeah, it's just about being yourself and being true to yourself, and not trying to be perfect. Just trying to be you. And if you don't make as many mistakes today as you made yesterday, hey, hallelujah. You know what I mean? You learned something. You didn't go back and replay it the same thing over. You learned from it and you learned how to move on from it. That's all it is, growth. And I love all of you guys in here so much. And I just want you guys to know, anytime I can ever be positive for you. And yes, oh, by the way, just Jaylene, yes, honey, I got it. I saw it. So I will do that, honey. Thank you. You're fed up with your foot. Think about something else. Put your focus on some plans that are coming up in the future. Start working on something like that. Work on, if you want to get your channel to grow, work on something with your kids for getting ready for school. You can switch your mindset so you're not just focused on it. It can still hurt. Don't get me wrong. But you put the heating on it, or you put the cold on it, or you're doing this, that's the best thing probably for you besides elevating. But honey, just if you could change that mindset, you will flourish. I had no idea how you could see the world and the possibilities. And people don't see possibilities for themselves that I can see. And, you could call me dumb, whatever, but that's how I feel. I feel I can look at somebody, I can read their wording, even though I don't see them every single day, but I see them on a chat or in someone else's. And I relate to them because I know I feel comfortable because I go, oh, there's Brenda Walsh. Yay, my friend's here. You just feel like it's just such a community, like I was saying earlier. And it's like the more that they try to make fun or damage us, the more we start just getting, the circle just keeps going like this. And it's gradually just starting to just close in to where we're just going to be like this. And we're going to be very choosy about who we let in it. You know what I mean? Because it's going to be so large as it is. Our circle's going to be so big that we want to be real choosy, And people have gotten over. And we just got to stop letting them do it. By just being honest and being ourselves and trying to do our own thing. And that's it. And just be who we should be. And that's you and that's me.
Can I tell you something that Eleanor Roosevelt wrote that I just love?
You've told me this one before, and I love it.
No, this is a new one.
Oh, it is?
She says,
thank you, Brenda.
She says, do what you feel in your heart to be right, for you'll be criticized anyway.
Yes. Yes, but it took me so long.
I know. I
and
know.
and these ailments to make me open my eyes and pay attention to really what the world looks like out there. Hi, baby bear forever.
But I have to tell you, Mother Teresa was talking about you when I read this quote. She said, "Be kind and merciful. Let no one ever come to you without coming away better and happier. Be the living expression of God's kindness." That's you, Nickie. When people come to you, they walk away happier and better. You are a blessing to me and to everyone who's here. If you forget it, I swear to you, I will drive to your house and I will flick you in the nose and make you remember. We
Licking
Sicilians,
in
we
the
do things
nose.
violently. Everything's violent with us. I'm gonna flick you if you don't remember.
Oh my God, that's I don't know about now. What? Let me see. What hospital are you at again?
But not only do you need to hear it, but you need to believe it. I mean, my dad instilled something so deep and strong in me that it doesn't matter what anybody else says, because I'm like, well, my dad didn't think that about me, so what do I care what you say?
I do.
I'm blessed that I had that, because
I
not
do
everybody
that.
has that.
I said, I've lost a lot of people since I was young, like I've said. So death is just, I understand it so much more than probably the average person that just hasn't gone through it so many different times in different ways. But in some respect, I think and I hope and I pray that the words that you just said are very true. And I hope that upstairs sees those words are really true too, because I'm just not quite ready to go.
And
I
we're not
still
ready for it
feel
either.
I still feel like I have stuff here, you know.
You
I mean,
do.
yeah, I have the little hassles of the world, the medicine and the teeth and whatever. I'm gonna handle it. I'm overcoming it. I'm a very strong person. Maybe not in so much strength anymore because I've lost some of that, but I just know that all of you guys are so much like it, and you have so many of your own strengths. And a person used to tell me back in the day when I was in this huge community, and I was, a person of good stature or whatever. A person told me one time, they said, "Man, you got a lot of sick people to deal with." And I said, "Really?" I said, "Don't we all have a lot of sick people to deal with? Isn't it our problem, not one person's problem or one person's responsibility to put it back together?" Flanagan's, thank you, sweetheart, and thank you so much for being a member. Thank you. But it's just, to me, it didn't make sense. And I'm like, my common sense belief, and call me crazy, but is that people need to stick together more than they need to separate or be apart, because this world is getting so crazy in so many different directions, and we have so much different violence going on. And I think it's better, and I think safer, when we look out for one another. Even if we may not live in your city or your state or your country, Shibby, we'd still like to be able to tell you if something's going on, you know? So, I don't know. That's just what I think. And I just think that it's just the right thing to be as you. Oh, you're so sweet, Shib. But I just think it's the right thing. And I think that we adjust in our lives for people. We work with people that we don't necessarily care for. And we might tell our girlfriends and go home and say, oh gosh, I'm so glad I'm not working with that person today, or what have you. And in those respects, those are not really choices. Those are almost necessities, because you need to have that career or that job at that time to actually feed yourself and clothe your children and do those things. So you'll put up with it and you'll settle and you'll stand at the water cooler if that's where you're supposed to be at that moment, and God will be up there going, you're going to learn one day, young lady. You're going to get it, and I believe this. Like, now I really, truly believe that, because I've been warned or seen different things in my life to not pay attention to those being, these are your path. This is your path that you're walking. I've shown you the next couple steps. They're right there. It's how you choose to walk those steps. I'm not telling you how you have to walk them. I'd just like to see you cross them, because this is the path that's laid out for you. So all I did was just see it like, man, okay, so these elements are in my path. Got it. I got it. Before, I didn't get it. I didn't accept it like that. I got it. This is all part of the path. And whatever I'm doing and whatever's happening, like me even having a channel and doing this and getting out of bed and moving around and being more productive and being Nickie again, is absolutely beyond gratitude and beyond phenomenal in my life. And it's wonderful. And thank you, every single one of you. I know I've lost a few of you, and I'm sorry. But I know there's things to do today. But I really appreciate you, all of you. And thank you for listening. And it's just really a gratitude thing. And I think that we probably need to pay more gratitude to people, and I try to instill that as, on here as much as possible, that just open a door. It's real easy. Just open a door, even if they don't say thank you and they don't look at you and they look crazy or whatever. Just do it, because it's for you. It's not for them. It's for your soul. They don't have to feel it, because it's not their time to feel it and know what it's really about, what gratitude and all that really means in life. And it's very, very close to the way you're supposed to be, because you're not supposed to be perfect, but you're supposed to be grateful. So,
You know how I think about it, Nickie?
go ahead. I'm sorry, I went on a thing.
No. It's wonderful.
But I love you guys, and thank you so much.
You gave me this imagery of pouring seeds into one of those containers that have the handle on it, and you spread the seeds around.
Absolutely.
You're not sure which one of those seeds is going to take and is going to grow, but you spread out as many as you can. And if some of them grow from your good deeds, and someone changes from that, well, you just made somebody's life better in that moment.
And I've always gotten in trouble in my last probably 15, 20 years of me having a medical card and being heavily involved. People have said, why did you just introduce them? Now, when you do this, that person's not going to be there for you. And I'd look at him and I'd say, yes, they are. Because that's my friend. But why am I not going to introduce my friend to, I think, somebody like-minded or somebody that lives in the same state? When it comes to this kind of thing on the internet, I learned that you can't just introduce them and they shake hands, but you can say, hey, baby bear, what state do you live in again? Oh, yeah, I got to tell you that that this one, Hebe lives in that state. So just to give you like somewhere to start some type of friendship, you know, that somebody else you know that's on here that lives close to you or by you. So when there is group activities or things that we want to do and make the community grow and be big and be able to do things where everybody's state or everybody's city, they meet in one place in their state, and then we're all doing stuff, and so we stream those of whatever our activity is for that state, and those other people do the same thing, and then we come together and show this huge community that's never been seen on this kind of platform before, and you show it in a good way, and they definitely would have to pay attention and go, whoa, I've never seen all these streamers work together like this and stream together in different, I've never seen anything like this. And because they're trying to come up with the idea of having a streamers, you know, Ted and 857, and Chivy, they've been working on a streamer, you know, to have a thing. And to have that, you've got to be able to reach out to as many people in certain areas that don't mind working together and having the same mindset. And when you have them already doing things together in their own cities or states, it's a no-brainer. You think I got thousands of people at some of my stuff because we had the greatest internet system back in those days? No, all we had was emails. So if a person didn't check their email, I had to get on the phone and say, can you come on Tuesday at da-da-da-da-da time? Oh yeah, and it would be more work than I ever knew in my life, but it would be so gratifying. So gratifying. And I would not change anything about it. Nothing. Because it's been fantastic. I think I'd change maybe one thing. Helping more states, you know, and not being sick through some of it. So helping more states probably. But people used to come up to me all the time and say, can I ask you what's wrong with you? And I used to say, why? What do I seem like there's nothing wrong with me? And they were like, Nickie, you like 5 balls are in the air right now. Like, I said, it's because of bartending in Vegas. And it's all that. You get really good at multitasking. You get very good at that kind of stuff. So it just kind of spreads over into your other parts of your life. And you utilize it. And so that was always a plus. But I love and I want you all to know each other, you know, especially wherever you live. I want you to have friends there. And I want this to be bigger and better. And I want this to be something that really works out for us. And YouTube sits back and goes like, huh? All these people are doing what? They work together. We've never had this many people that have worked together. That's the point. To do something that they've never seen before. To do something, reinvent yourself. I've been doing it for years. Somebody takes your idea and you go to another idea that's even 10 times better. They took the little one. You had the big one all along. You just had to keep playing with the idea and making it back to what you knew it to be. So for all of you guys that feel like you're in a stale situation in your lives and stuff, heck no. You always have something to offer. And don't ever forget that. Ever. Because I've said it forever and I will always say it till my dying day. That everyone has something to offer this world. I don't care what your position, condition, you all have something to offer. I can't wait. This is what I'm probably going to do, Baby Bear. When I do make that trip, please, Lord, let me make that trip. I just need to see my family too. Because I wasn't there, you know. So I just need to see my family and check on them. My mom and So I'm going to do a couple days of that, and then probably I'll probably stay in a hotel somewhere close to the courthouse down in Vegas, so I can just walk over or something like that. It's going to be real cash for me on those days. I'm just going to do my little streaming, and I'm going to do the best I can for you guys and get some kind of, maybe some breaking information that nobody has yet. And I'm going to try to show you guys some stuff. So hopefully that all works out. Gosh willing. God willing. But anything else you'd like to say, sweetheart? Oh, thank you very much. You got every one of you. Thank you. Marie, thank you, honey. Thank you, guys. Cindy, thank you.
Thank you for having me.
No, thank you. And I know I kind of get on a thing, but it's just, it's not a soapbox, guys. It's just like, I want to share the good stuff. You know what I mean? Like I want you to know the information that I know. You know, and I don't want to hold it to myself, because that's not who I am. That's why I want you guys to know one another and be friends and support each other. And there's enough for everyone.
Exactly.
Oh, she said, Baby Bear said, love you, Dom C.
Thank
You're an amazing woman. Oh, thank you. That's why I wanted to give her own time. I wanted my chat to be able, that hasn't been over there, to be able to, you know, check her out. The proof is in the pudding. You know how that goes.
And
Nickie,
I am an acquired taste.
stop it. Don't forget that first, last, and many dances you want in between. Lifelong contract you have with me, Shibby. Thank you, Shib. I unlocked your heart. Thanks. I think everybody needs their heart unlocked, because they would see things so much clearer, not with anger. You know, you'd be in the middle. You could see both sides well. When you have all your senses and all your capacities of your soul, you get to see both sides, and you can check it out so good. And well enough to understand what might be around you that you might be missing. And you don't want to miss it anymore. And you don't want to miss it again. Or you don't want to walk by it again. Because you don't know if tomorrow is promised. And you don't know if you'll see that what you walked by a second time. It might be a one time and that's it. That's why I love love so much. And I always tell you guys, when you talk about your significance, or I see somebody got together, or that's all truly how I feel. You know, I mean, somebody could stand me for 32 years. Can you believe it? But you know what I mean? So, I mean, it would be 39 in a week and a half or so. But yeah. You know, so it's just one of those things I really think about. You know, what can people handle? What can people take? What can make them care about things again, or see things in a different way? So thank you all for listening to me ramble on, and I appreciate it, because it's all basically for my friends, all you guys. So. Okay, so it's Case and Conversations. Hi. Thank you for coming. That's a wonderful name. I love that. And if you have a link to your YouTube and would like it shared, Brenda Walsh is in here, Shibby's in here. You got a few minutes, you guys, to go ahead and share links of people that would like to have their link shared, and please go and just check them out. You know, take just a few minutes, and go see, you know, and check them out, and give them some love, give them a chance. And if you don't like it the first time, go a second time, and make sure you are right the first time. you know, because depending on how we are handling our day, sometimes we can be very judgmental towards others' days and treat them and change their day for them by the way we are. So we have to be careful with that, you know. So if we come at somebody and we feel like, oh, I ain't gonna watch that channel, I'm gonna sub, but I ain't gonna watch it. And I'm like, okay, well, was I in a good mood that day, or was I kind of having a rough day? Let me go back and watch this one more time. Let me give it a fair shot. You know what I mean? So that's just, it's the right thing. You know, some people are hasty on that first decision, Domsey. You know, you said I'm acquired taste. You're not an acquired taste. You're just Italian. I'm Irish. You better unmute yourself.
I'm just laughing.
But it's okay. You can laugh in here. You can do it. We do it in
Well,
here. Like, we have fun.
And that's
we
the thing
talk
with
real.
YouTube is there are so many channels. Oh my gosh.
You have to see if you truly like them.
Exact. And when you don't, you unsub.
Yep.
Because there was a guy that I really liked in the beginning. And then as time went on, I was like, wow, this guy's an a-hole. And so I stopped watching him because there were 10 other people in the same genre that I could watch. So that's why I don't understand the trolling.
That's how it works.
Like, there's 10 other people you could watch.
Yep.
What you busting my hump for?
Yep. And there's so many of us that do the same cases.
Yeah.
So you're getting almost a repeat
big variety.
So it has to be something a little different.
Yeah.
For you to be able to actually keep people around and actually have them interact and want to talk about what you're talking about and have them interact in the chat or on panel or whatever.
I just got tired of this person because he's in our neck of the woods. And I think that he's on the spectrum because I don't think he realized how nasty he is to his chat. And he gets like over involved in the chat conversations. I'm like, would you shut up and keep doing the presentation? What do you care what the chat's saying?
You guys, good job on sharing the channels. Yeah.
So you're 100% right. There's so much out there.
Why would we keep people that we care about and they come and see us, or we've talked to them and we've grown this relationship? If somebody's a bread maker and this guy's a bread maker, why am I not going to put two bread makers together?
Right.
Why wouldn't I do that? That's what makes the world go round.
Yeah.
Is our common things that we have in common, but we still keep our individuality.
Yep.
That's
all right.
important.
What do we got going on tonight?
I'm not doing anything. I have to go do my side job. You know, I'm trying to do everything I can so I can go to Vegas. So
yeah,
I'm just working really hard. I'm like a little.
I didn't want to keep you too long because I knew that you said you had plans.
Hey.
Plus, I got to make sure my husband's cooking dinner for me.
Hey, that's the kind of hubby I had.
Gosh, he's such a good cook. It's almost embarrassing to be an Italian woman and say, oh, yeah, my husband cooks better than I do.
Can I tell you a story real quick before we go?
Yeah.
I was 18 years old, my husband's oldest sister. She needed, and if you've heard this before, I'm sorry, but I don't think I've told you guys because I kind of remember who I've told. But, and I might have. She needed me to take her to a wig store. And I was like, I was already 18 and kind of in the wrong neck of the woods and didn't know much about it. And now I'm going to a wig store. So I said, okay, you know, I'm 18. I'm like, yeah, let's go to a wig store. So we go to a wig store and we walk in and I recognize the lady because I had seen her at the grocery store or something before. And next thing you know, she starts chatting with me, the owner. And my sister-in-law goes down, not the one we just lost, but this other one that was like, we were like, psh. And so she goes down this aisle to look at whatever for herself. And I'm just kind of looking at stuff because they didn't really have a lot of Caucasian stuff in those stores in those days. They implemented later on. But I'm talking about, this is like 87. So they didn't have a lot of stuff for us in there, at that time. If they did, it was like more of a Halloween wig, or, the real fake blonde, the real fake brown, the real fake red, one of those kind of wigs that shines like the color, that would be something that they would get. So anyway, I'm talking to the lady, and my sister-in-law is listening, obviously. And I said, oh, she goes, what you cooking tonight? I mean, a simple question, right? That everybody would think is like a no biggie question. And I said, shibby 10 to 4. And I said, I don't know what I'm cooking. I said, my guy cooks. And she goes, really? And I go, because this is 87. And I go, yeah, really? And she goes, that's super cool. She was like, haven't I seen you at the grocery store before and stuff? And I recognize you. And I was like, yeah. And my sister-in-law is going, hey, sister-in-law, come here. I got to show you something. I want you to help me decide something. So I'm all, okay, yay. She's going to ask my opinion. So I go around the corner and she goes, come here. They didn't have all the cameras in the stores in those days. And I was like, what happened? And she goes, don't you ever tell another woman what your man does for you. He comes to the kitchen, cleaning toilets, and washing your car, and making sure there's gas in it. You don't tell no female none of those 3. She said, because that female's going to be the first one going to be your friend, and they're going to be on your doorstep wanting dinner. She said, please listen to me, 18-year-old. And I went, and I just went, and I just shut my mouth. And she came around trying to talk to me again, and I just went, and I never, ever, until later on in life, until he's gone now. Really. But I never really told that he cooked and laundry and ironed and all that stuff. He was a great, great provider and just a great partner. Yin and yang. It was awesome. And so here I am, the yang, 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 yang part. I'm coming over, and Nickie, to dinner. But yeah, it was true. So along life's ways, you pick up things from different people in life that teach you how to be more private about your relationships, how to keep them loving and close, and you know what I mean? And just try to, make them a priority, and the kids a priority instead of your job's a priority, then the family, and then God, and all that stuff. So it's that kind of stuff, I've just seen people really mess that up, and I'm Irish Catholic, but I'm actually, and you guys know this, this is where I can come right out of the hood for you. I'm Russian, Ukraine, Irish, Catholic.
Wow.
Yeah. The only thing I don't have in me is Italian. That would make it, oh my gosh. You guys would go, dang, she just told that person off without even curse words. I mean, it's how, I don't know.
It's a gift.
It's just, I just want people to use their noggins because I have to try to use mine.
Yeah.
And I think you are a wonderful, calm, relaxing individual. And I think to be a nurse nowadays with the best bedside manner out there, because we are not very good patients.
It's taken a long time to get here, though, Nikki. I was not.
Oh, I can
like
imagine.
this. Yeah,
I can imagine.
I had
I used to be you
short fuse. I had a short fuse.
until all of this had to stick up for myself and get my own back. And I'm looking around and I don't see anybody back there still, but
it takes years to grow your fuse longer and longer and longer, so that you can.
And I notice I have that really long one with the grandkids.
Yeah,
they get to experience that really calm grandma that's so happy for them in any capacity, and the kids looking at you like, you didn't say that to me. Dad didn't say that to me. I said, I'm sorry. I mean, I can apologize and tell you I love you, and I'm sorry. If you feel like I slighted you and I don't slide your kids, I don't know what to tell you. I'm sorry. But I love being a grandma. Sorry. Sorry, Charlie. And it is different when you are a grandparent. You just see things so differently because you don't get to you don't really have to do the disciplining. Right. You're the one that sits back and goes, oh, did you do that? What did mom say? What did dad say? Is everything okay? Did you have to do too much? I mean, did you have to do a lot of housework for it, or did you get in trouble? And you're that grandma, so they want to tell you stuff because you're the one like, dang, did you get in trouble? You know what I mean? Because you don't have to discipline them.
Come on, let's go out for ice cream.
Yeah. And she is wonderful. Grandmother, mother, they still have 5 generations. Is it 5, honey?
Well, let's see. My grandson, my stepson, my husband, and his father. So 4 generations.
4 generations. So she took
the picture that I sent you.
Picture.
4, yeah.
Yeah, and I looked and she said, look at the generations. And I said, you don't get to, nowadays in this time, you don't get to see a lot.
My family, no, not at all.
I can't, I could on my husband's
Oh, my mom,
side, but not on my side.
My mom's got great grandkids.
That's really cool. I am a great aunt. I am that. So, but it is.
I'm a great aunt.
I love them too.
I know.
My grandkids. I just, anything, you are great. And you know what? You could walk in and your grandchildren, for some reason, even as they're older, they still are excited to see me. That's unheard of.
That's true.
Usually they got to go get on the game, go do I'm not saying they don't do that, but they actually spend time. And they actually sit there and have conversations with me and ask me all these different things. And then usually they say, Grandma, I'm sorry I don't call more. I will call more. And I just go, perfect. I can't expect any more than that. You just told me something I didn't even realize. So that'd be wonderful. You know, so there's no pressure there. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Just your grandma and I got your back. You know what I mean? Because mom and them gonna discipline you, and I'm just gonna love you and let you be who you are. That's me. And we'll worry about it later, the rest of it.
Exactly.
Yeah, it's been so much fun with you. I can't wait to add different person now. It's gonna be just.
It's gonna be boring without me. Come on.
No, it'll be totally boring without you. So it'll be as soon. So we're going to do the 3 to 6.
Sure. Yeah, I can do 3 to 6.
3 to 6 Tuesday. Next Tuesday, because I want to make sure. Because I want to be responsible.
I was like, Monday would be better because I'm off Monday. If you could do Monday.
I usually do a mod Monday with Brenda and them always invite me. But no. If you want to do it earlier, we could totally do like a lunchtime stream if you want.
Just text me later. We'll figure it out.
We'll figure it out. Okay. So tentatively, Monday better. Okay. I'm just going to make sure. Is there anything that you would like to say about this case here, and have a good mindset when you leave this wonderful space today with everyone in it. It's just beautiful. Anything that you would like to come up with, and I will pull a prayer card too today, you guys, before we all take off. I'll pull
there's nothing more to say on the case. I mean,
Okay.
I think.
Are you going to work? This is my question to you. Are you going to work on it more? Are you going to wait to see what kind of transpires? Because things could change, pretty quickly.
I know.
Yeah. So I was just kind of wondering, and I was like, I'm just going to kind of.
I'm going to do more research, and if I find something, I'll put it up on the web. If not, I was thinking, because I work tomorrow, but I'm off Thursday.
Okay.
I was thinking of driving up to maybe like Multnomah Falls or something.
When?
Thursday.
Okay. I have a doctor's early in the morning. I would love to.
Oh, I'll come get you.
Hike with you there.
Yeah, I'll come get you.
Oh my!
Because
gosh.
I don't get up early.
Stream.
Yeah, I don't get up early anyway, so because it's the day after I work.
Will love it.
Yeah, I probably.
And we're both not going to see exactly the same thing through our lens at that moment. So you'll get two different visions
streaming from our cars.
Huh?
We have to practice streaming from our cars. I've never done it before.
I do it. I've done it a couple little times, but it's not been just. I had this great holder for a while. I don't know what's happened to it. But anyway, I had a great holder in there, so it kind of faced right at the driving angle for the driver. Yeah. So it was easy peasy. And now I don't have it anymore. So now I'm still trying to figure out what I can utilize and get to do that again. But I'll probably have to get rid of this car pretty soon because I think it's gonna take a what pretty soon. DUMP. Because something's bad that's like really bad on it or something. I'm not even sure. My son told me. You love Multnomah Falls? That's wonderful. So I'm just kind of careful with where I go. I try to stay very close with it because just in case.
Oh, yeah. I'll pick you up.
Easy peasy lemon squeezy. Yes. And so, that would be wonderful. So Thursday, we just have to figure out the time. Oh my gosh. I'm so excited. Hi, Chris. Okay. The card. We are pulling. Come on. Here we go. This has been so great. I hope I haven't been too over on you or anything, Dom. It's been okay with you and everything.
Wonderful.
Okay, it's been wonderful for me too, my darling. Okay, so
if I don't put it in the calendar, I totally will. By the time I walk downstairs
on Thursday.
Yeah.
Yes, that's what I was thinking too. We just have to figure out a time. We'll figure all that out. Okay, so I'll just take it right off the top. I mixed it. I don't know what the top is, but let's pull it. Ready? We've done this one already. This was the other day. Okay, let me shuffle them one more time, guys.
Maybe the message needs to be said.
Are you serious? I mean, I could go find it again, but I'd rather just shuffle and get a new one.
Oh, then shuffle and get a new one. Yeah,
I just feel it, like we should have a new one. I'm going to try to shuffle them like cards, you guys. You hear that? Ooh, that's the Vegas in me, baby. That's the Vegas. Okay, so now I'm going to pull off the top, okay? Or do you want me to go inside like this? I can do it like this.
Do the middle. Do the middle, yeah.
Okay. My grace is sufficient for you, for my power is made perfect in weakness. 2 Corinthians 12:9.
And what have we been
I
talking
see
about?
your face. I see your face. I knew it as soon as I started reading it. I went, huh? As soon as I saw the word grace, I said, whoa.
That's what we've been talking about.
Jim says, great show. Thank you.
It's what we've been talking about the whole time, is nothing but grace.
Yeah. And here it
That's
is.
beautiful, though.
I always show. Here you go, guys. Sorry. Okay. Is it too close? How's that? Is that okay? Can you see it, Dom?
Yeah.
Come closer.
No, I see it. Yeah.
Okay.
2 Corinthians 12:9. Yep.
Okay.
And the song that I posted today is called "Blessed by Your Grace."
What?
I'm not kidding you.
You guys.
I posted it 7 hours ago. 7
What?
hours ago.
I didn't know that.
I know you didn't. I'm telling you.
We were all meant to do this.
To be here
try
together.
to figure these
Absolutely.
things out.
And to share and to spread the positive energy.
Yep.
Because it's out there. You just have to tap into it.
Yep. It is. And you have to make yourself do something opposite of what you're used to doing. If you're used to doing just succumbing to it and going ahead with it, then that's what you have to fight against to make yourself know something different, that there's a different way.
Yeah.
And you have to push yourself to do it. It's hard as heck. You're the first time here from JLR Army. Wait. I didn't see your name. Let's see. I gotta say hi. Where are you, honey? Let's see. Where's your name at? You're from JLR? Oh, that's so kind. Where are you? Oh, shucks. Did I lose you? I'm trying to see you. It's something with an M.
MENURA.
Yeah.
There it is.
I think that's what I saw.
Menu Rager.
Yeah, what did they say?
Hi, Nickie. First time here from JLR Army. That's wonderful.
Her name is Madeline.
Oh, I
Thank
love
you.
that name. Madeline.
Thank you,
I
Madeline.
worked with a girl, Madeline. She's the sweetest thing.
Chris just gave me 200 little gems, those darn little jewels that the girls love. Oh. Oh gosh, I just had to say that. I have loved all you guys. Oh, Dom, see, this is going to be really cool. Chris, here goes Chris again with these jewels. Here's 67 more jewels. Wow. If you give me all your jewels, you aren't going to have any jewels.
There's Monica DMV.
Hi.
Wonderful.
Hi, Monica DMV.
We chat all the time in the other chat rooms.
Well, isn't it nice that you're here? Thank you for coming over and saying hi. That's very kind of you. Nice to see you. Chris, it's a pleasure meeting you. And Chris, 10 more jewels, the gold coin. He is just messing with me. It's one of those days he's like, I'm going to mess with Nickie. This isn't going to throw me off the golf game, man. This isn't going to throw me. You're not going to scare me with jewels, okay?
If anything, it's going to motivate her.
Here goes 20 more jewels. See, he just thinks, geez. He goes, geez. Oh, because I'm a girl telling you about your jewels, man. Hi. Oh gosh, I just love you guys, and I just get a kick. Chris is giving me 30 now after 20, and I got some live on the scene footage today. What? When are you gonna do a live or a thing on your channel? We investigate one.
She's talking to you.
Chris is just messing with me so bad. Oh my gosh. Now here's 6 jewels. Chris, I know you've already had your children, but you cannot get every jewel away in your family. You just can't do it, man. It's not right. It's not right. Oh, I love you guys so much. I don't know who's going to go on tonight. Do you know who's going on tonight? Do we know? Do we know? Do we know? Do we know? Do you know? Do you know? Do you know? Raw Dog Mama, hi. It's so good to have you over here. Nice to see you, Raw Dog Mama 77. Wow, nice to have you. So nice to have you. If you guys have channels, you want to drop the links, you are certainly welcome to. Oh. Okay, y'all turn that bell on for me. So he's once his anybody needs notification, put your notification on so when we goes and shows the footage, your bell will go off. Thank you, Wee. I love you too, Chris. You got to quit trying to bribe me to lose. Look, now it's $1.99. See, he just says, love you, Nickie. See, he just wants to smooze me, you guys. He's just trying to just show me love. Oh, thank you for the super chat, Chris. I adore you. Oh my gosh, I love your personality. Oh, I love you too. We says he loves you, Dom C. Did you hear that?
I love you too. Well, they did that.
I forgot she's Italian. I better just leave her alone. One of these days she's gonna turn to me and she's gonna say, I'll read it. Give me a second. She's gonna say, quit pushing me, okay? Let me do it. I'm gonna get there. Oh my gosh. PI56, love you too. That's PI56 saying it to you too, Dom C.
Oh, she's so sweet.
And Chris McGlaw. Let's see. Can I get
He was sweet. He came on with me last week.
Back, please.
Everybody's helping me out. I love it. I appreciate it too.
We're getting ready to shut it down. We've been here for almost 5 hours. Almost 5 hours.
See, I
see
can't go
how
longer.
good we are. We're that good.
I can't go longer than an hour and a half because otherwise I'm done talking.
What?
Yeah, I lose my voice.
There's Bruce. Thank you for the 10 jewels, Bruce. That is so sweet. And then Bruce again. Thank you so much. Don't join his thing. What are you doing, Bruce? Don't join it, Bruce. You guys are gonna get in so much trouble with me. Good night, sweetheart.
They're just being naughty is what they're being.
To go. Da, 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 da. Oh, there's Bruce with 10 more. You guys are something else, I'll tell you. I know I have a 5-hour headache. Whatever, Chris. Whatever. If you had a headache, you wouldn't be showing love. You'd say, I have the worst headache.
Peace.
Love you guys so much. Dom, love you, honey.
Love
Thank
you.
you.
Sweetie.
Have a beautiful evening with your husband and a wonderful dinner.
We'll talk soon.
Yes, it is this. Yes, it is.
I feel like I'm doing it backwards or something.
No, you're doing it right. It's just the bottom. See the point of the heart?
We'll work on it later.
Oh, you're so funny. Oh, thank you.
Old dog, new
For
tricks.
being here. Definitely.
We'll learn.
Yep, we can. We can
Bye, everybody.
learn.
Thank you so much for a wonderful day. I appreciate it all.
It's been wonderful. I'm sorry to keep you so long, but it was great.
No, it was wonderful. You have to end it because I can't end it on my
Do you
site.
want me to kick you down and kick you out?
Kick me out.
You on out. Oh, sorry, girl. Oh gosh, I took you down fast. That was so funny. Oh my gosh. Oh Lordy B. Oh my gosh. Thank you, Monica, for saying that. That's very kind of you. I appreciate that. I'm just so grateful to all of you. And I'm joking about the jewels. It's very kind and very sweet. But I do know you guys are messing with me. Hello, I didn't get to the triple snap. I was dying. I said, oh my gosh, I hit it too soon. Oh, Bruce, thank you, my darling, for being here. Thank everybody for everything, all your beautiful gestures, and thank you. I always want to show gratitude. Thank you guys so very much, and I appreciate you all. Thank you. And Dee Dee, I love you. Thank you for everything that you do for me and help me with this. Mods, I'm so grateful for all of you. All the streamers that have helped me and shared me and been so good to me. Thanks, all of you. All of you. Jim, everybody. Everybody that's been here supporting me one iota. Thank you. So I will see you later, Jenny. I love you and your mama, honey. Hi, Debbie. And blessings and prayers for Mystic and her family. Big time prayers. Big time prayers for Mystic. Love you guys. Raw Dog Mama, I love you. Thank you guys. Have a wonderful